Chapter 2811, All Four. Chapter 2811, All Four. The woman in black glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Scare you? You think I'm trying to scare you? Yang Yi smiled bitterly. Then tell me, what the heck is she planning? The woman in black shook her head. You'll find out soon. Yang Yi's smile grew even more bitter. I'm worried I wouldn't be able to survive until then. She fell silent for a short while and said, Come with me. She walked off. Yang Yi followed her. He naturally didn't have a good impression of the strongest form of destiny, but he still had a very good impression of the woman in black and the woman in white. They walked through space for around 2 hours before they arrived at an unknown world. They descended to the ground, and they arrived at the peak of a mountain. Yang Yi saw 2 people there, and he was stunned by the sight of them. It was because they were 2 and the woman in white. They were all gathered here. The woman in white grinned when she saw Yang Yi, and it could be considered as her way of greeting him. 2 didn't offer any reaction, and she just remained the same. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and looked at the woman in black. Where are we? She replied indifferently. The primal world. A world I established in my prime. It's the strongest place in the 3-dimensional universe. This place was even able to endure me in my prime. Yang Yi asked, Why did you bring me here? Yang Yi was quite curious. The woman in white walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at him, and smiled. Your sword Dao is at the ordinary sword realm, and it can be said that few are able to be a match for you in the 3-dimensional universe. However, your opponent just had to be her, and she attained the ordinary sword many years ago. You have no advantage in battle against her. Yang Yi replied, I know. He glanced at the 3 of them. Do you have a way to deal with her? Don't bother thinking about that. 2 suddenly spoke. She is at an unprecedented height. You can only defeat her in a head-on battle. Formations, schemes, and the like are just a joke before her. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Even your joint forces can't rival her strength? The woman in white shook her head. No, I should say that we don't even have 20% confidence. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued. While we can't, you may be able to succeed. Me? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm not a match for her either. He wasn't being humble. He really was no match for her. Had even used the Fate Sword Dao earlier, but he was still incapable of pushing back her sword, Justice. If the Unfettered One hadn't lent him a hand, he would probably be dead, because he could sense that the woman really didn't want to wait any longer. The woman in white nodded slightly. While your current strength is still no match for her, your strength is relatively closer to her, and you have a very good chance to get close to her and even defeat her. Yang Yi smiled. I don't know if I can win, but I know that I will definitely try. A fight would break out between him and Destiny sooner or later. He was very well aware of that, and had never thought he could avoid it. Of course, he was very well aware that it may be his last battle. The woman in white smiled. It's good that you have that kind of mentality. We brought you here because we wanted to improve your sword Dao and combat strength. Improve my sword Dao and combat strength? Yang Yi was quite curious how. She grinned. The 3 of us together. Yang Yi gazed at them, and then he understood what they meant. The simplest way to improve was battle. Now, based on his current strength, it was very difficult to find someone who was his equal. However, the 3 of them were perfect for that. Yang Yi grabbed his sword and seemed quite impatient. Which one of you will go first? Me. It was the woman in black. The woman in white grinned and moved 3 kilometers back with Tuesday. The woman in black stretched out her right hand, and the great unknown appeared in her grasp. She didn't waste her breath and just floated forward. A ray of black light shot at Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning, and it was even faster than any bolt of lightning. Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot, while his heart remained calm. He wasn't looking down on her, but his sword Dao was like that. He remained calm against all things. A short moment later, the black sword energy arrived. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stabbed his sword forward, and it accurately stabbed against the black sword energy. Hiss! The black sword energy was split open at the center, and Yang Yi's sword shot straight forward at the woman in black. The woman in black looked straight at the sword energy before her, and a sword stabbed forward when the sword energy was just a few inches away from her forehead. Clang! Along with a clear and resounding sword howl, Yang Ye's sword moved a few dozen inches to the side. Meanwhile, the woman in black pressed forward and stabbed at Yang Ye's stomach. She had instantly taken the offensive. Yang Yi took a small step back, and it perfectly created space between him and her. Her sword stopped a few inches away from his stomach, and it was just the amount of distance head moved. As soon as her attack failed, she tapped the tip of her foot against the ground and shot backward. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy arrived before her forehead, and it was practically right against her forehead. However, it still remained a tiny distance away from her. The woman in black suddenly stopped and spun around. Yang Ye's sword just grazed by her shoulder, and her sword arrived before Yang Ye's throat. She had taken the offensive once more. At the instant she stabbed at him, Yang Yi bent his body halfway. The sword failed to stab his throat, and his sword shot at her hand which was holding her sword. It was practically a perfect string of movements. At this moment, it was too late for her to pull her sword back, but she didn't try to either. She just released it and swung a forward kick. It was aimed at Yang Ye's nether regions. If it hit, then Yang Ye's balls would probably explode from the force of it. Yang Yi would naturally not dare to risk them. So, he tapped his feet down and floated over one and back, but his retreat allowed her imposing aura to rise explosively. The woman in black raised her palm, and the sword returned to her grasp. A moment later, she slashed it at Yang Yi. It was like she was trying to chop firewood. It was simple, direct, and overbearing. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He felt that Head underestimated her slightly. As far as he was concerned, his strength should be much stronger than them after attaining the ordinary sword. But it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and retreated instead of pressing forward. After that, he dashed forward and slashed with both hands. A head-on collision. If it had been a collision of technique just now, then it was a collision of strength now. Two rays of sword energy slammed against each other. Boom. They immediately split apart, and both of them were pushed backward repeatedly. But just a moment later, the woman in black appeared behind Yang Yi. The Great Unknown. Great Unknown has the ability to travel through space. Her sudden appearance behind him made Yang Yi feel a trace of danger for the first time, and at the same time he sensed danger, the aura of the sword intent within the sword precursor grew stronger. The more danger he experienced, the stronger it became. Yang Yi practically instinctively turned around and swung his sword. Bang! As soon as it descended, the woman in black was blasted backward, but he was pushed backward repeatedly as well. Meanwhile, the woman in black suddenly appeared behind him again and stabbed at his back once more. This sudden turn of events made Yang Ye's expression change slightly, because he noticed that when he pushed her back earlier, Shed appeared behind him while being pushed back. At this moment, the force pushing her back had been transformed into a force that pushed her forward, and it had become part of the explosive force behind her attack. The strength of this attack of hers was equivalent to the strength of his previous attack. Moreover, it had her own strength combined into it as well. Yang Yi didn't allow his thoughts to wander and swung his sword. Bang! The woman in black was blasted away once more, but just an instant later, she appeared behind him again. Moreover, the force within her sword had grown even stronger. She was perfectly utilizing his strength against him. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword once more, and his strength was even greater this time. Brute force. If his strength far exceeded her own, it could instantly blast through this move of hers. However, he was disappointed. Not only did she endure it, she turned it against him once more while arriving behind him again. Her attack's current strength was many times greater than before. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face. This move of hers seemed like it grew stronger with the opponent she faced. Just like that, Yang Yi was being suppressed by her. However, the aura he emanated was growing increasingly stronger as well. Every time she suppressed him, his sword intent would grow slightly stronger. It was the same for her too. As his strength grew, so did the strength of her attacks. They seemed quite similar. Tu suddenly asked, "Who do you think will be the last one standing?" The woman in white replied softly, "She has been fighting the four-dimensional universe for countless years. So her combat instinct and technique surpass him. Tu asked, so he has no chance? The woman in white smiled. What do you think? Tu gazed at Yang Yi and the woman in black. His strongest move is the Fate Sword Dao. When she truly pushed him into a moment of life and death, his Fate Sword Dao will become unprecedentedly powerful. The woman in white smiled, and Tu continued, and if she can endure it and utilize its strength, then he would lose. If she fails, she will lose. The woman in white nodded slightly and seemed to agree with Tuesday. No, she is lost. Suddenly, a voice came from nearby. Tu's eyes narrowed slightly, and when she looked over, she saw a woman in a plain dress walking slowly in their direction. It was the strongest form of destiny who resided high above the clouds. Chapter 28, 12 The Tao is Natural. Chapter 28, 12 The Tao is Natural. It wasn't her main body and was just a clone. Even then, the woman in white and Tu didn't dare to act carelessly. However, she didn't attack. It was meaningless to do so. The woman in a plain dress ignored them. She gazed at Yang Yi and the woman in black. You've overlooked something. Tu replied indifferently. Please do tell us what it is. The woman in a plain dress smiled. Her strength is growing strong because of him. She's using his strength to suppress him, and that strength doesn't belong to her. In short, she's only that strong because Yang Yi is that strong. Once he realizes that, she will lose. Using another's strength. The woman in white and Tu gazed at Yang Yi and the woman in black. Just as the woman in a plain dress had said, she'd been using Yang Yi's strength and the special characteristics of the great unknown. She was using Yang Yi's own strength against him. It could be said that Yang Yi wasn't being suppressed by the woman in black, he was being suppressed by himself. Meanwhile, the woman in black suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi after being pushed back, and her attack was even stronger than before. Yang Yi turned around, but this time, he didn't attack. At the instant Great Unknown arrived before him, he raised his sword before his chest. The sword descended. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer away, and just as before, the woman in black appeared behind him again. Yang Yi didn't counterattack again, and still just defended himself. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted back once more. However, this attack of hers was weaker than before. After around 10 more collisions like this, her attacks were many times weaker than before, and she couldn't pose a threat to Yang Yi at all. Around 10 minutes later, the woman in black stopped. It was because she wasn't able to pose a threat to Yang Yi anymore. She glanced at Yang Yi. Do you understand now? Yang Yi nodded. A little. She walked over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. Your sword Dao focuses on slaughter and defense. It cannot be described as being unmatched in those aspects, but it's definitely rare for someone to be a match for you in those aspects. However, you must realize that the sword Dao doesn't encompass those two aspects, and there is defense and balance too. Just slaughtering and going on the offense alone may be powerful, but it's too extreme. This level of extremity would make you stronger at most times, but it may drag you into a hopeless situation too. You must be able to attack and defend. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Thank you for the guidance. He was speaking sincerely. His spar with her had allowed him to realize that the sword Dao was more than just offensive, it was defensive too. A combination of offense and defense, that was the Grand Dao. Just like when facing some issues in life, taking a step back may change everything. The sword Dao and life weren't very different. In the past, he only knew how to advance forward, not retreat. Actually, retreat didn't represent cowardice and abandonment at most times. A step back today was taken so that 10 steps forward could be taken in the future. Just like the previous battle, had taken a step back, and so her attacks weakened. In the end, her attacks couldn't pose a threat to him anymore. Simply speaking, an expert should know how to charge forward, but must be able to retreat as well. A short while later, Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked at the sky with a smile on his face. His mind was clear. It was an extremely nice feeling. As if had sensed something, Yang Yi looked to the side, and a woman in a plain dress was standing there. The strongest form of destiny. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What is she doing here? She grinned. Are you surprised? Yang Yi replied indifferently. You're speaking so nicely that it makes it feel like we're good friends. She shook her head. I've never considered you an enemy, nor do I consider anyone to be my enemy. Yang Yi frowned slightly. What do you mean? She smiled. At most times, everything in this world is just a difference of opinion or standpoint. Yang Yi nodded. That is true. If I'm being honest, when we're standing beside you, it seems like we're the bad people and you're the good one. She shook her head. You've missed the point. Both the good and bad just follow their hearts. Moreover, how can there be good people without bad people? The good and bad are both people, and both are equal. Yang Yi gave her a thumbs up. Her thoughts were beyond the minds of the ordinary. She grinned. Go on and continue. I'm just here to watch. Perhaps I can even offer some guidance. Yang Yi glanced at her. My objective is to kill you. She chuckled. Are you afraid that your enemy will be strong? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her words were quite a blow to the heart, and the slightest mistake may cause his mental state to collapse. She continued, never fear a strong enemy, for the stronger an enemy is, the better a stepping stone that enemy would be. Yang Yi fell silent. Even though it wasn't very nice to hear, she had the right to say that. The woman in black suddenly said, Then let's allow her to watch and give out some guidance. The woman in white nodded slightly, and then she floated over to Yang Yi and looked him in the eyes. Just stay true to yourself. Yang Yi smiled, of course. Just a few words from her couldn't make his mental state collapse. He wasn't that weak. The woman in white nodded slightly. Watch out. As soon as she said that, a sword appeared in her grasp, and then a ray of sword energy slashed at Yang Yi. It was like a surging waterfall that instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi couldn't dodge it at all. All he could do was go head-on against it. And that was exactly what she wanted. Yang Yi's sword slashed down from above without encountering any resistance. It sliced through the sword energy, but what awaited him was a sword that shot over like a bolt of lightning. The sword accurately stabbed against the blade of his sword, causing the sword precursor to tremble violently while Yang Yi's entire arm turned numb. He was shocked by this because her strength was actually so great. Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly. At the same time, the woman in white floated forward, and then countless rays of sword energy surged down upon Yang Yi like a rainstorm. If the woman in black had used technique against him, then the woman in white was fighting him with sword energy. Yang Yi waved his sword rapidly, and every swing would slice apart some sword energy. However, it seemed like there was no end to the sword energy. Yang Yi was being pushed back repeatedly. At this moment, he was being completely suppressed. Meanwhile, Tu and the woman in black were staring at Yang Yi and the woman in white. Suddenly, the woman in black gazed at the woman in a plain dress. Aren't you going to say something? She smiled. Say what? The woman in black replied indifferently. What do you think? The woman in a plain dress shook her head. Both of them are weak. The woman in black frowned slightly. Why? The woman in a plain dress tapped her finger forward, and a strand of sword energy appeared there. She gazed at the woman in black. It isn't quantity but quality, purity, and mentality that makes sword energy strong. She has overlooked all of that, and that means she has overlooked its essence. Of course, it looks very beautiful. Unfortunately, it's not very useful. The woman in black asked, What about him? The woman in a plain dress shook her head. He isn't weak, he's stupid. The woman in black was stunned speechless. The woman in a plain dress explained, During his last battle with you, he learned that defense can be a good offense, and it perfected his sword Dao a little more. Yet now that he is facing a new enemy, he has overlooked his ability in offense. Comprehending the Dao? Why must it be done intentionally? She shook her head slightly. When many things are done intentionally in this world, they lose a little something. The Dao is natural. It is the clear flow of the heart and the clarity of the mind. Just like how in the current world, many men choose to be with a woman for her looks, and women choose to be with a man for his appearance and wealth. It isn't love but need. The woman in black shook her head. I don't think that's wrong. Everyone likes good things. It's normal for a man to love a beautiful girl, and it's normal for a girl to love a strong man. The woman in a plain dress chuckled. She pointed at Yang Yi and said, Would all of you choose him if he was a useless piece of trash? The woman in black frowned. The woman in a plain dress gazed at her. If a man is only fond of a woman's appearance, the woman will be abandoned once he gets tired of her. Similarly, if a woman is only fond of a man's wealth, the man will be abandoned once he goes bankrupt. They are needs, mental and physical needs, not love. Life is like the sword Tao. At most times, a person cultivates the sword because it is necessary. The sword can bring that person dignity, a future, and strength. Just like him, the sword can help him protect his loved ones, so he cultivated the sword. However, none of them have considered what the essence of the sword is. She chuckled. Do all of you really like the sword? The woman in a plain dress looked into the distance. Needs are intentional, and when it's intentional, it usually loses the intentions and trueness that was present in the beginning. At this moment, he's intentionally seeking to comprehend the Tao, and so he has lost both of that. There is nothing left to see. She turned around and walked away. The woman in black and tuss faces fell, and there was actually a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Suddenly, an explosion resounded in the distance. The expanse of sword energy created by the woman in white had exploded apart, and she was blasted away. After he repulsed her, Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack, and he looked at the woman in a plain dress instead. You're mistaken. She stopped and gazed at Yang Yi with a smile on her face. Go on. Yang Yi walked over to her and looked her in the eyes. You're just generalizing. Doing something intentionally doesn't make one lose their original intentions. It's a form of learning and improvement. What has humanity relied on to get where it is right now? Learning. No one was born knowing everything, and the answer to every question starts by learning. Intentionally learning isn't wrong. Just like me, am lacking something. So is it wrong to learn from her? The woman in a plain dress grinned. Go on. Yang Yi continued. The Tao is natural and immaterial. It is born of this world. It is emotionless, and it makes the world spin. It is nameless and fosters all things. It is the Grand Tao, but why must the Grand Tao be used when speaking about people? If people do not learn and allow nature to take its course, what would happen then? Yang Yi's expression changed drastically at this point, and he gazed at her with astonishment. Why you've... Chapter 28, 13, 1 against 3. Chapter 28, 13, 1 against 3. At this moment, it wasn't just Yang Yi. Even the others' expressions had changed. The woman in a plain dress wasn't wrong. What was wrong was that they weren't on the same level as her. Even though it was quite a blow to them, it was a fact. Her Tao was already the Tao of the world. No, her Tao may have surpassed the Tao of the world. The Tao of man wasn't suitable for her anymore. So, just as Shed said, there is usually no right and wrong, and it's just a matter of standpoint or opinion. Yang Yi wasn't wrong, and she wasn't wrong either. The woman in a plain dress smile grew even more alluring. She didn't say anything else and just left. She suddenly stopped after walking quite a bit of distance away. You don't have much time left. Or I should say that all of you don't have much time left. Her figure gradually turned ethereal, and the area fell extremely silent. A long time passed before the woman in white walked over to Yang Yi's side and patted him on the shoulder. Were you scared by that? Yang Yi gazed at her and smiled. No, I'm just a little shocked. She really is far, far ahead of us. The woman in white nodded. Your own effort is the decisive factor. Yang Yi looked up into the distance, and he could faintly see some clouds. The more he got to know the woman in a plain dress, the more unfathomable she seemed. She was like the boundless starry sky that was always boundless. She was strong and confident. As far as he knew, the unfettered one was the same, but the unfettered one's sword Tao was too lacking in diversity. He only had one, but the woman had more than just the sword Tao. Yang Yi had no choice when facing all of this. He had to face her in the end. Flee? If he tried to flee, he would be destroying his own sword Tao and Tao heart. It would be denying everything he believed in. Moreover, the woman in a plain dress hadn't killed him because he was growing stronger, but if he grew weaker, she would definitely kill him. Moreover, he had the entire three-dimensional universe depending on him. The three-dimensional universe would remain at peace while he was present, but if he fled and the woman in a plain dress exerted some pressure on them, the three-dimensional universe would instantly fall to chaos and become hell on earth. Come on, let's continue. The woman in white suddenly pointed her sword at Yang Yi. Let's continue. Yang Yi nodded and vanished on the spot. The path ahead was difficult, but he had to traverse it. He couldn't shrink back because it was difficult. Fight. Yang Yi's sword grew increasingly sharp, and her sword energy grew increasingly lacking in ability to threaten him. Just as the strongest form of destiny had said, her sword energy was still quite weak. Sword energy required quality over quantity. The woman in black and two just watched from the side. The woman in black suddenly said, "Her strength is unfathomable." She was naturally talking about the strongest form of destiny. Two replied indifferently, "Actually, she seems like our form when we were at our prime, and the three of us are like clones. Of course, it may not be a bad thing for us. She has surpassed our previous prime, so she isn't interested in the three of us anymore." The woman in black glanced at Two. She plans to destroy the entire three-dimensional universe. Two shook her head and smiled. "I know, but the problem is that we can't stop her, right?" The woman in black replied softly, "But we must do our best. This universe is something our original form protected and kept safe." Two shook her head. "She is our original form now." The woman in black gazed at Two, and the latter spoke softly, "It'll help both of you train Yang Yi, but I will leave after that. I've done enough for the three-dimensional universe. Since she doesn't want to merge with us, then I want to live my own life. I've fulfilled my responsibility." The woman in black fell silent for a short while and nodded, "I understand." Both Two and her had never owed the three-dimensional universe anything. Since Two wanted to leave, she had no reason to stop Two. Two suddenly said, "Let me do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she floated forward, and the woman in white stepped back. A moment later, Yang Yi felt a wave of powerful energy assault him. Two. At the moment he noticed that it was her, she was already in front of him. She didn't use a sword and just slammed a punch at him. Just a punch. It was like the eruption of a volcano formed countless years ago, and the powerful force of it seemed like it would devour Yang Yi. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to act carelessly against Tuesday. After all, among the four of them, she was only weaker to the strongest form of destiny. Yang Yi took a small step back to avoid the force of Tu's punch, and then he slashed forward. It was a simple and direct slash without any flashy movements, and it didn't even carry sword intent or slaughter intent. It was just a simple slash. Bang! The force of Tu's punch was slashed into bits, and her fist slammed against his sword. Bam! Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly. Meanwhile, Two pressed forward and stomped down at Yang Yi. Crack! The space around Yang Yi cracked open, and the powerful force of her attack instantly obliterated the sword intent within Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he slapped his left hand down. His figure spun in a strange manner, and then he instantly arrived behind Two while his sword swiped at her waist. Two stomped her foot down and used the counterforce to spin her figure around before stomping down at him again. It was an attack that covered the entire area. Bang! Yang Yi's sword hadn't even shot forward completely when it was stomped down. Two raised her right hand slowly before slapping it down again. The space around Yang Yi collapsed while a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi. At the same time, Two dived down. She was like the sky, and while she descended, it was like the sky was falling. The explosive force in that instant was simply indescribable. Obviously, Two was using her full strength right off the bat. She didn't try to probe him or hold back, nor did she dare to hold back. Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi she used to beat up in the past. He was a true expert now. Even she didn't dare to be careless against Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed when he saw her dive down at him, and then he raised his right palm. The sword precursor soundlessly formed in his grasp, and then his figure spun as he transformed into a spinning ray of sword energy that shot up into the sky. Hiss! The sword energy minced apart the space he passed through. This time, Yang Yi didn't take a step back and chose to collide head-on against her. Tu's punches were extremely overbearing on their own, so if he were to take a step back and weaken his imposing aura, she would grow stronger instead. Bang! The sky shook violently as the space in the surroundings started to quake as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. At the same time, two figures split up in the sky. One went up while the other went down. Tu looked down at Yang Yi from above and slowly clenched her right fist. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his sword at an angle, but he didn't look at Tu and just closed his eyes slowly. The woman in black suddenly spoke softly. "It's time to decide the outcome." The woman in white nodded. Suddenly, Tu gradually pressed her palms together. Rumble. The space around her quaked and rippled. It was absolutely shocking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's eyes were still closed, and he was calm like still water. One caused a violent reaction while the other was absolutely calm. A moment of silence ensued, and then Tu suddenly pulled her palms apart and gently pressed them downward. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, two rays of overlapped energy swept over, causing the space beneath her to shatter. The space there seemed like it had been pushed away by something, and it was an absolutely horrifying sight. Yang Yi suddenly unfurled his palm, and the sword precursor floated above it. A ray of sword energy flickered at the tip of the sword precursor. Yang Yi took it by the hilt and soared up into the air, slicing open everything in his way. It wasn't the Fate Sword Dao or the Demonic Sword Dao, and it was just an ordinary attack. Hiss. The space above Yang Yi was sliced open. The sword energy wasn't suppressed by Tu's attack, and conversely, Yang Yi's sword seemed to be able to overcome power with gentleness. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's sword to grow increasingly closer to Tuesday. Tu's eyes narrowed slightly as she slammed her fist down. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword suddenly sped up. Boom. As soon as they came into contact, Tu was blasted backward. Yang Yi pressed forward and arrived before her, and then he slashed with both hands. Bang! Tu was blasted backward again. Yang Yi gazed at Tu, and then he suddenly released his grip. A sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Tu took a quick stride forward and swung a punch. Bam! The sword stopped but wasn't pushed back. Meanwhile, a hand grabbed the sword, and Yang Yi pressed it against Tu's fist. However, he didn't exert force and just retreated once it touched her fist. Tu glanced at him and didn't attack. If Yang Yi had used his full strength earlier, he would have been able to cripple her hand. Yang Yi said, "Use your sword. Use your sword." He still remembered that she was an expert in the sword. Tu shook her head. "I can't defeat you even with the sword." Yang Yi fell silent. He wasn't being conceited, but it was just as she had said. Besides the strongest form of destiny, the mysterious expert, and the unfettered one whose strength was still a mystery, there was no one else who could fight him in single combat. The three of them were no match for him. After all, he hadn't attempted to strike a lethal blow until now, and he hadn't used his Fate Sword Dao at all. Right when Yang Yi sheathed his sword, Tu suddenly said, "Well, I can't do it alone." When she spoke up to this point, the woman in white and the woman in black suddenly appeared by her side. Tu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "We will go all out in battle against you. I hope you'll comprehend something from the battle." As soon as she finished speaking, they simultaneously vanished on the spot, and then 3 rays of sword energy appeared before Yang Yi. 1 against 3. At this moment, Yang Yi truly felt threatened. Chapter 28 14A Game. Chapter 28 14A Game. If it were a one-on-one battle, he could actually suppress any one of them. However, if they joined forces against him, the situation would be different. In practically an instant, his Fate Sword Dao was at his peak. His true peak had entered one of his strongest states. Yang Yi had been pushed back repeatedly from the very beginning, and it was absolute suppression that he was facing. Moreover, they didn't hold back and madly besieged Yang Yi as well. Obviously, they planned to push him to his limits. Just like that, the 4 of them fought intensely. Meanwhile, at a certain point above the clouds, the woman in a plain dress sat before the geo board. She stared at it while both of her hands were being supported on the board. In her right grasp was a white piece that she kept rolling between the tip of her fingers. After Monarch Yan's death, she had to play on her own. She gazed at the board for a long time before she grinned. "It'll just wait a while longer." She placed the piece back with the others. The woman in a plain dress stood up and walked over to the nearby tree. Shu Wubian's true body. She glanced at the tree and grinned. You once said that no matter what level we reach, we must always give a chance to the boundless universe and all living things within it. In the past, I didn't really understand what you meant, and I'm gradually understanding it now. Unfortunately, I've comprehended something better. But there would be no me without you, so I respect you. She tapped her finger forward. The tree shook violently as it seemed to have been freed of something. The woman in a plain dress smiled. I didn't destroy you for my own selfish intentions. Now, I'm letting you go merely because I want to give you a chance. A moment of silence ensued, and then the tree shook violently and transformed into a ray of white light that vanished from there. The woman looked down, or to be more precise, she looked down at Yang Yi, who was in a certain world. Giving him a chance was giving the three-dimensional universe a chance. At a certain spatial rift, the mysterious expert and Shu Wubian exchanged glances, and then they appeared outside the spatial rift. Shu Wubian looked up, and a tree was gradually descending from above. The boundless divine tree. Shu Wubian was stunned by the sight of it, and then she charged over madly and entered the tree. Boom! Along with her entering the tree seemed as if it had come to life. Rays of monstrous pressure appeared throughout the area, and the entire starry sky trembled before it. The mysterious expert looked up and crossed his arms before him. No one knew what he was thinking. A short while later, Shu Wubian appeared before him. However, she wasn't the same Shu Wubian anymore. Now, her strength was completely incomparable to before. The boundless divine tree. At her prime, she was an existence who dared to go against destiny. The mysterious expert spoke softly. What are you thinking? She closed her eyes slowly. She extracted me from my body and made me suffer the pain of being separated from my body. Now, she has returned my body to me, not out of kindness, but because she's too confident in herself. She doesn't fear anything. The mysterious expert asked, So? She opened her eyes. They'll fight her. Fight. Regardless of whether it was Shu Wubian or the mysterious expert, if they wanted to flee, destiny may not hunt them down. However, their only goal in life was to kill destiny. It was for revenge and to fight with everything they had. If they could kill destiny, there would be no further shackles on their hearts, and they would be able to advance further. Destiny was a shackle in the hearts of countless, especially those who had once fought her. The mysterious expert nodded slightly. Then let's fight her. Suddenly, they gazed at the spatial rift, and a terrifying aura swept out from within it. The mysterious expert spoke softly. The demonic Qilin is awake. Shu Wubian looked down. It's time for everything to end. Eternal border. Ding Xiaoyao stood by the edge of a mountain peak and could see the entire world below her. She was still in the red dress. Huang Ying and Lu Yuan were by her side. They were the representatives of the younger generation, and they respectively represented the desolate race and the war dimension. Huang Ying spoke softly. The four-dimensional universe has settled down in eternal kingdom. Ding Xiaoyao smiled. You're not happy? Huang Ying chuckled a little. Ding Xiaoyao shook her head. Don't think like that. He could annihilate the four-dimensional universe, but at that time, the three-dimensional universe would be without enemies. He wants balance. Huang Ying fell silent. Ding Xiaoyao added, once those experts from the four-dimensional universe are gone, these fellows in the three-dimensional universe will take no more than a few dozen years to run wild. Moreover, without any sense of danger, it's easy for the unity between all of you to be lost. However, would the three-dimensional universe dare to stop staying united while the experts of the four-dimensional universe remained? She gazed at Huang Ying and Lu Yuan. Would you dare? They shook their heads. If those experts from the four-dimensional universe were gone, they would definitely start scheming many years from now, and it may even cause huge conflict to arise between them. It was a flaw of humanity. However, while those experts from the four-dimensional universe remained, the three-dimensional universe would never allow chaos to engulf them or cause chaos. Similarly, while the three-dimensional universe's experts remained, the experts of the four-dimensional universe would never dare to cause chaos to engulf the three-dimensional universe. A balance had been formed between both sides. Ding Xiaoyao looked up into the sky. Presently, the three-dimensional universe had practically gained peace. However, she was very well aware that it was only temporary because there was another woman high above in the clouds. The future of everything depended on just a thought of hers. And Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyao's gaze blurred when she thought of Yang Yi. You better return. At a certain ocean, a casket floated there, and there was a petite young girl seated cross-legged not too far away from it. It was Tianxiu. She glanced at the casket. It had been days, but there was no movement from within the casket. However, she could sense the aura within it. A short while later, Tianxiu moved her gaze away and slowly closed her eyes. At a point in the starry sky, a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe was ceaselessly going deeper and deeper into outer space, and he was traveling much faster than before too. The sword cultivator was just advancing forward like that. Actually, the way he cultivated was unlike the people of this world. He was cultivating as he walked, and his sword Dao had been cultivated by walking step by step, just like this. A sword cultivator who walked the world. In a certain world, Yang Yi was still fighting the three women, but it was more like he was suffering a beating. From the very beginning, he was practically incapable of fighting back against their joint forces. Actually, instead of saying they were suppressing him, they were actually training him. Yang Yi's sword Dao was at his own limits, and it was impossible to gain comprehensions to ascend beyond that limit in the short term. Since it was impossible to comprehend normally, they were forcing him to comprehend it. They were forcing out the limits of his limits. That was their plan. Just like that, days passed, and more injuries appeared on Yang Yi. In the end, he seemed like he'd been cut by 1,000 blades, and his body was covered in injuries. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind was extremely tense because the slightest mistake may result in his death. Had never experienced a battle like this in all his life. His fate sword Dao had arrived at his limits as well, or it should be said that every single swing of his sword carried the fate sword Dao now. Unfortunately, it wasn't very effective against their joint forces. Their joint strength far surpassed his own. In the end, Yang Yi had no choice but to utilize the fate sword domain. At the instant he unleashed the fate sword domain, he surpassed them and pushed them back, but just an instant later, the fate sword domain was destroyed by their joint forces. Time passed swiftly. A month passed in the blink of the eye. Yang Yi had improved, or it should be said that had clearly improved, but he was still incapable of defeating them on his own. Another month passed. On this day, the three women stopped. Yang Yi laid there on the ground like a pile of mush, but he felt extremely good in his heart. Had fought to his heart's content throughout this time. Had really unleashed his full strength without holding back at all. Of course, after fully unleashing his strength, he noticed that he could do better, and there were many flaws that he could improve on. A limit never existed. Tu glanced at the other two of her forms and said, "I'm leaving." The woman in black nodded, "Take care." The woman in white added, "Take care." Tu glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, and sighed softly, "We don't owe this world anything, so both of you don't have to." The woman in white grinned, "It's our choice." Tu nodded lightly and left. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Thank you." Tu stopped. "I was just helping them." She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A sword suddenly appeared above them. Justice. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're finally taking action?" Justice suddenly descended before Yang Yi, and then a voice resounded, "Get on." Yang Yi glanced at the woman in white and the woman in black. "You've both done enough for this universe, so leave the rest to me." Yang Yi stepped onto Justice. Hiss. Justice vanished into the sky. The two of them exchanged glances. In the end, they took each other's hand and shot up into the sky. Justice carried Yang Yi through the sky and space, and it didn't take long for him to see an expanse of clouds. At the moment Yang Yi stepped foot onto those clouds, Justice suddenly shot down rapidly and arrived in the sky above Eternal Border. The sword just floated there in the sky above Eternal Border. Meanwhile, the woman above the clouds grinned. "Let's play a game. If you lose, the three-dimensional universe will cease to exist, Chapter 28:15 Tao Annihilation. Chapter 28:15 Tao Annihilation. High above in the clouds. Yang Yi looked the woman in the eyes, and she smiled. Of course, you can attack me too. You can choose what to do. Yang Yi walked over to her and sat down. He gazed at the board, and it was a game in progress. Moreover, his side was in a hopeless situation. It would take 2 moves at most for him to lose. Or it should be said that he would definitely lose. It was a game bound for defeat. Yang Yi looked up at her. Can we start again? She shook her head. The board is like the universe, the 3-dimensional universe, and the situation here is what it is like for the 3-dimensional universe. If you wish to play again, you must possess the strength to defeat me. But tell me, can you do that right now? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. That's unfair. The woman in a plain dress smiled. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Yang Yi gazed at the board and fell silent. She was in no rush. I like playing Go because I feel it's like the sword Tao and the Tao of man, even the Tao of the vast universe. It contains everything, and so playing Go is like comprehending the Tao. She pointed behind Yang Yi. In the past, I felt Monarch Yin wasn't bad, and so I played with him. Unfortunately, he didn't understand what I meant, nor was he able to comprehend anything from the game. It was quite a pity. Yang Yi looked up at her. You use the 3-dimensional universe and 4-dimensional universe as your board. The myriad of living beings in those universes are like the pieces in your game, and you are the player who controls everything? The woman in a plain dress chuckled. Laws? There is a type of law in the boundless universe, like the rising and setting of the sun, high and low tides, or even life and death. There are too many of them in this universe, and I consider the Tao as laws. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. You've broken these laws, and so you've broken the Tao. You've ascended the Tao. Her smile grew even brighter. You're the first to realize my realm of cultivation. After attaining the Destiny Transcendence realm, I used countless years of time to research a new realm of cultivation, the Tao Transcendence realm. Tao Transcendence represents breaking free of the laws and transcending the Grand Tao. She pointed at the board. Life is like a game of Go, and I stand beyond the board. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. You've transcended the Tao. So why are you trying to destroy the board? She smiled and remained silent. Yang Yi gazed at her. A few breaths of time passed before his pupils constricted. Why you plan to attempt Tao annihilation? Haha. She suddenly started laughing. It seemed very casual and natural, and it felt very comfortable to others. It wasn't arrogant or haughty at all. She laughed for a while before looking at Yang Yi again. You're correct? Unfortunately, there's no reward for that. Yang Yi stared at her, and he naturally felt shocked. She had broken free of the board and the universe. She had successfully broken free of the laws of the universe and successfully transcended the Tao. However, it wasn't the end. She wanted to go further. Tao annihilation. It was the annihilation of all living beings in the universe. She wasn't being willful when she decided to destroy both the universes, nor was she doing it for fun. It was to attain the Tao. To attain the Tao. Yang Yi clenched his hands slowly. She was far ahead of this entire universe. She suddenly asked, Will you still play? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the board. I still don't understand one thing. She smiled. What? Yang Yi replied, You want to destroy the Tao? So why do you leave all of us? All of us who oppose you, to do as we please? She grinned. I won't answer that now because you'll find out very soon. She pointed at the board. Let's play. Yang Yi fell silent. She smiled. Looks like you need some motivation. She pressed his right palm down. Eternal border. Justice suddenly descended by 300 m. Bang. In an instant, eternal border turned ethereal. It wasn't just eternal border. The entire universe could be said to have turned ethereal. Moreover, it seemed to have destroyed something during its descent, causing the laws of the universe to actually gradually start falling into disorder. For example, water started to flow in the opposite direction, or flower buds starting to wither before they even bloomed. Everything in the world had suddenly become unusual. Countless in eternal border looked up at justice. It wasn't a sword, it was a Tao that had transcended the entire universe. All the living beings throughout the three-dimensional universe sensed death at this moment. Yang Yi looked down from up in the clouds. He could see everything, and the three-dimensional universe was in chaos again. It wasn't chaos caused by people, but the laws of the world. However, Yang Yi was very well aware that it wouldn't take long for the people to fall into chaos as well. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in a plain dress. Everything would be over if she was dead. But the problem was, could he kill her? Even if he couldn't kill her, destroying her Tao would work too, but how would he accomplish that? She suddenly smiled. I sense the desire to kill, but your desire to kill doesn't seem very firm and there's some hesitance in it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly picked up a piece and put it down. Head actually just put it down at random and without any strategy. She smiled and placed a piece of the board as well. At this moment, Yang Yi had practically no pieces left. He may have had a chance before this, yet now, he had no chance. She gazed at the board. Continue. Everything can end once this game is over. Yang Yi placed another piece on the board. Without any hesitation at all. This piece was meaningless as well. She placed a piece on the board as well, and Yang Yi was instantly pushed into a corner. She smiled. You've lost. There was undisguised disappointment in her eyes. She had hoped for a pleasant surprise, but Yang Yi hadn't given that to her. She raised her right hand and was about to lower it. If she did that, justice would descend. The entire three-dimensional universe would be history. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, if you don't mind, let me say a few words. She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Of course. Yang Yi stood up. Once that sword of yours descends, everything will be destroyed. She shook her head. Destruction may not lead to the end. It may be the beginning. Yang Yi gazed at her. Since everything still exists, there is meaning behind them all. Yet you plan to destroy it all for your own selfish intentions to attain the Tao. As far as I'm concerned, that is wrong. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Right and wrong isn't determined by words. Yang Yi nodded. Then let's fight. She nodded. All right. As soon as she said that, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword, and it was extremely swift. It was impeccable in both strength and speed, and if he executed this in the three-dimensional universe, it could be used as material in a book. However, it was stopped by two jade white fingers. The woman in a plain dress fingers. She gazed at Yang Yi, grinned, and said, it's a very good attack. Your training with them wasn't done in vain. Unfortunately, the sword's true strength doesn't come from strength or speed. It's from its state and the grand Tao. She waved her fingers gently. Bam! The sword precursor cracked apart while Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly. She stood up and walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction while a smile still remained on her face. Yang Yi, I told you that I need the sprite progenitor. Now, it's time to take her. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. You're already so strong. So what do you need her for? The woman in a plain dress grinned. She represents goodness, and that is a grand Tao of the world. I want to annihilate the Tao, all the Taos, not just the Tao of man. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. She glared at the woman in a plain dress while holding a fiery bolt of lightning and a black lotus in each of her paws. They were Monarch Yan's treasures. Snowy glared at her and then waved her paws. Obviously, she was warning the woman. The woman in a plain dress shook her head and smiled. You're much weaker than you were all those years ago. She tapped her finger forward, and a ray of sword energy shot forward. It instantly appeared before Snowy. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed Snowy and tossed her into the primordial pagoda, and then he swung his sword with both hands. How could he dare to act carelessly before her? At this moment, Head even activated the Fate Sword domain. However, it shattered as soon as it appeared. Even though the Fate Sword domain had shattered, Yang Yi's Fate Sword Tao was at its peak, because he sensed the aura of death. Yang Yi's sword slashed against the sword energy. Boom! Yang Yi's body cracked open while blood sprayed repeatedly from his mouth. Arg! Yang Yi howled with fury as he pushed both his hands forward. Hiss! The sword energy was slashed apart by this second attack of his, and just a moment later, he appeared in front of the woman in a plain dress. She shook her head and smiled, and then she treated her fingers as a sword as she tapped it forward. A hair-thin strand of sword energy shot forward. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away. She walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. Yang Yi, I've told you. It's not strength and speed that make a sword strong. It's the state of the wielder and the sword Dao. My sword Dao is superior to yours, both in strength and number, so your sword is of no threat to me. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and cracked a smile. I can't do anything about that. I can only risk my life, right? The woman in a plain dress nodded and smiled. That's true. Aren't you skilled in closer-quartered combat? Let's compete in that. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he stabbed his sword forward. Meanwhile, she grabbed the tip of Yang Yi's sword with her thumb and index finger, and before Yang Yi could even react, her fingers moved along the blade and swiped at him. A ray of sword energy flashed before Yang Yi's eyes. Hiss, hiss. A strand of blood sprayed. Yang Yi moved 300 m back, but he was too slow. His eyes were shut tight as 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down the corners of his eyes. The woman shook her head and smiled, and then she made a clawing motion in Yang Yi's direction, causing a white little thing to appear in her grasp. Snowy. Chapter 28:16 Justice. Chapter 28:16 Justice. Snowy didn't get flustered this time, and she just slammed the ball of fiery lightning and black lotus at the woman in a plain dress. 2 precious treasures of the 4-dimensional universe. The woman in a plain dress shook her head, and then 2 rays of sword energy slashed against the fiery lightning and black lotus. Boom, boom. Both of them shattered into countless pieces that rained down from there. Snowy was stunned by the sight of this, but just a moment later, she recovered from her shock. She didn't attack again and just gazed at Yang Yi, who had lost his eyes at the hands of the woman. She started crying as she gazed at him. The woman in a plain dress tapped a finger forward, and rays of sword energy appeared around Snowy. A moment later, she walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. She was still as composed and calm as ever. Yang Yi closed his eyes while the sword precursor trembled incessantly in his grasp. At this moment, the sword intent and slaughter intent he emanated were practically at their respective peaks. The Fate Sword Dao. Yang Yi suddenly attacked. A ray of sword energy flashed like a bolt of lightning, the extremes of the Fate Sword Dao, and it could be described as an attack at Yang Yi's limit. The woman in a plain dress stopped. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy appeared a few inches before her forehead. It stopped there and was unable to move further. It was because her fingers had clamped down on the end of that sword energy. She twisted her fingers slightly. In an instant, Yang Yi's sword energy shattered into bits. After shattering Yang Yi's sword energy, she surprisingly refrained from attacking again and looked down. Witness the destruction of the world with me. As soon as she said that, she waved her finger, and justice suddenly appeared above the 4-dimensional universe instead. At this moment, countless experts in the 4-dimensional universe looked up, especially the experts in the floating city. All of them started fleeing the city when they saw justice. However, it was all in vain. Along with justice's descent, the entire 4-dimensional universe started to collapse inch by inch. Everything was being obliterated beneath justice. Just like that, the 4-dimensional universe started to be obliterated while she watched, and the living beings there couldn't fight back at all. Only death awaited them. No one could escape. High above in the clouds, the smile on her face had changed slightly. There was a trace of evil and excitement on it. In just a single thought, she could change everything. As she watched the universe and its grand Tao collapse bit by bit, her feelings were something that most were unable to understand. She smiled. See? Even the grand Tao of the universe and all laws are still so weak. There is no end to the Tao of the world, but I am the end. It didn't take long for the 4-dimensional universe to be completely obliterated, and nothing was left behind. It had been wiped out from existence. The 4-dimensional universe was gone. The woman waved her fingers, and justice traveled through space and arrived above the 3-dimensional universe. As they gazed at it, Practically all the experts of Eternal Kingdom and Eternal Border were filled with despair. She looked up at Yang Yi. Watch and see how weak your so-called sword Tao of Order is. As soon as she finished speaking, she lowered her right hand. Justice descended from above Eternal Border. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed through the sky, and it slammed against Justice. Bang! The sky shook violently while Justice was forced to a stop. A woman suddenly appeared in the sky above Eternal Border. It was a woman who looked exactly like the woman in a plain dress, and she was holding a sword in each hand. The woman in a plain dress smiled. You've merged. Interesting. The woman in the sky above Eternal Border was the merged form of the woman in white and woman in black, and those swords she held were the great unknown and past life. The woman in the air suddenly pressed her swords together, and then she vanished on the spot. She was before the woman above the clouds when she appeared once more. They looked exactly the same, as if they were looking at themselves in the mirror. The woman in a plain dress smiled. Looks like you want to protect that universe down there. The woman with the merged swords didn't waste her breath and just swung it. Hiss! A ray of sword energy instantly arrived before the woman in a plain dress, and the latter used her hand as a sword and swung it lightly. The sword energy was instantly slashed into bits, but an afterimage suddenly appeared behind her at the same time, and then a sword stabbed at her nape. It was Yang Yi. The woman in a plain dress grinned and tapped her right foot down. Bang! The space around Yang Yi collapsed, and it was like a sledgehammer had slammed against his chest. Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and as soon as he stopped himself, his entire body actually started to crack rapidly. Yang Yi hurriedly circulated the primordial violet energy and Polaris energy he had within him, and with their help, the cracking gradually started to slow down. Yang Yi looked off into the distance. The woman had suddenly vanished on the spot, and she was before the woman with the merged swords when she appeared again, causing the latter to suddenly stab her sword forward. Bang! 2 types of sword and tint rippled forward, but the woman in a plain dress just waved her hand, and the sword and tint vanished without a trace. A moment later, an ethereal sword pierced through the woman with the merged sword's chest. Hiss! The woman was blasted away. The woman stopped herself around 300 m away. There was a bloody hole in her chest, and her body actually started to turn ethereal. The woman in a plain dress glanced at the woman who looked exactly like her and smiled. Our origin is the same, so I don't want to kill you. I wish to pursue my own Tao. So why do you stop me? Shut up. The woman with the merged swords suddenly howled with fury. Do you still remember why our previous whole form cultivated in the sword? The woman in a plain dress smile gradually vanished. The woman with the merged swords walked slowly toward the woman in a plain dress. All those years ago, the Heaven Tao was heartless and destroyed the world with divine lightning. Our family was annihilated by the divine lightning, and our elder brother took us with him as he fled. At that time, he was 8, and we were 6. Do you still remember how he died all those years ago? The woman in a plain dress replied indifferently, I remember. He gave me the last half of a steamed bun he had. Is that all? The woman with the merged swords was practically howling with rage, and 2 streams of tears were flowing down her face. The woman in a plain dress slowly clenched her right fist while closing her eyes. Scenes from very, very long ago appeared in her mind. It was the apocalypse. Countless bolts of black lightning filled the sky, and they were ceaselessly obliterating the cultivators on the ground below. At a mountain range, a young boy around the age of 8 was running with a young girl who had dirt covering her face on his back. The young boy's shoes were torn, and his feet were covered in cuts. Lightning was flashing above them. Just like that, he carried her all the way to a narrow crevice in a mountain. It was very small to the point it was just able to fit 2 children. The young boy wiped off the sweat on his face and hugged her tight. Chinger, don't be afraid. He may have not noticed it himself, but his voice was trembling. The young girl held his arm tightly with both hands while looking outside through the cracks of the crevice. Countless bolts of lightning were flashing through the sky outside, and all sorts of colossi were flying through the air from time to time. The young girl spoke softly, Be big brother. What is that lightning? And those flying things? Why are they eating people? The young boy shot a glance at the sky. Lightning was descending from time to time, and every bolt was accompanied by a deafening explosion. The young boy gulped and spoke in a slightly trembling voice. "To that lightning. Father said it's punishment sent by the heavens." "Punishment?" She gazed at the young boy. Did we do something wrong?" The young boy hugged her tight and seemed to sob a little. Father said that the gods want to kill us, so we must die. Father and mother are dead, so we must live well. The young girl looked outside from the cracks in the crevice, and she had a slightly lost gaze in her eyes. The sky outside was covered in countless bolts of lightning and all sorts of demon beasts that were rampaging through the world. The two children in the crevice hugged each other tightly. One night, "Brother, I'm hungry." The young boy passed half a steamed bun to her. "Qiuqinger, eat this." The young girl took a bite, but she seemed to have thought of something and passed it to the young boy. "Brother, why you eat too?" The young boy shook his head. I've had some." "You eat, Qinger." As he spoke, he deliberately swallowed. The young girl believed him. Late at night, thunder was still flashing outside the crevice, and the roars of demons resounded from time to time. The young boy hugged the young girl right while speaking in quite a weak voice. "Qiuqinger, I remember that you seem to be fond of training with the sword." The young girl nodded. "I want to protect you, Daddy and Mommy." Tears suddenly started rolling down the young boy's face. However, the young girl couldn't see it in the darkness of the night. The young boy kissed her gently on the forehead. "Qinger, if you become strong in the future, you must protect those who are weak like us. If Mother and Father had someone to protect them, they would be still alive. And you must kill that god out there. I'm so hungry, so hungry." Dawn arrived. The young boy remained motionless, and his body was icy cold. The young girl buried the young boy in the crevice and knelt before the crevice for a day and night. On the next day, the young girl stood up and walked out of the mountain range. She saw some corpses on the way, and she walked over to one of them and took the sword in the corpse's grasp. She held it in both hands while coldness and indifference which didn't conform to her age appeared in her eyes. "From now on, your name is Justice, and you will uphold justice with me." Just like that, she left the mountain range with that sword in hand. Chapter 28:17 Get in my way and die. Chapter 28:17 Get in my way and die. High above in the clouds, the woman in a plain dress opened her eyes slowly and looked up into the distant sky in silence. The woman with the merged sword's tears had already dried on her face, and only an icy cold expression remained on her face. She looked the woman in the eyes. "Are your current actions any different than the heaven Tao of the past?" The woman in a plain dress moved her gaze and shook her head while smiling. "Of course there's a difference." The woman with the merged sword's eyes narrowed slightly, and the desire to kill flickered within them. The woman in a plain dress spoke softly. "Even though countless years have passed, I naturally haven't forgotten what happened that day in those mountains." She gazed at the woman with the merged swords. "How many years have I been suppressing the four-dimensional universe? All because of what he said that day. I've lived for countless years just for him, and now, everything I'm doing is still. Forget it. It's meaningless to tell you all of this. Just attack if you want." The woman with the merged swords looked at Destiny in the eyes, tightened her grip on her swords, and remained silent. Because it was meaningless to say anything. The woman in a plain dress tapped her foot down. An array of sword energy flashed forward. The woman with the merged sword's expression changed drastically, and then she stabbed her sword forward. A ray of sword energy shot against the tip of her sword. Bang! Her sword shook violently and collapsed, and then a figure flashed by her. Hiss! Her eyes opened wide, and then she was blasted away. While her figure shot backward, her figure shook and split into two people. It was the woman in white and the woman in black. Destiny didn't attack again and just glanced at the woman in white and the woman in black. "Even if both of you merge into one, you're still incomplete. You two don't have the strength to stop me, so just leave and find your own paths." "Our own paths?" The woman in black wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. Our brother's dying wish is our future path. Destiny shook her head. No one can stop me from annihilating the Tao. They'll kill anyone who gets in my way. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword energy appeared in her palm. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hiss! The sound of something being torn apart resounded. The woman looked to the side and waved her hand. A ray of sword energy that was thin as a needle forcibly pushed Yang Yi back. Yang Yi was back where had been again, and the sword precursor was covered in cracks. Meanwhile, the woman in white and the woman in black suddenly transformed into rays of black and white sword energy that charged at her. Destiny's gaze gradually turned icy cold. This time, the smile on her face had vanished. Meanwhile, two swords appeared before her, and they stopped once more just around an inch from Destiny's forehead. It was because two hands had clamped down on them, one sword per hand. It wasn't just the swords that had been stopped. Even the boundless sword intent and strength in them had been stopped. Destiny gazed at them. Both of you are too weak. The exerted force. Bang! Bang! The swords shattered, and both of them were blasted away. Destiny took a step forward, and two rays of sword energy flashed beneath her feet. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, a footstep of sword energy appeared in the space between Destiny and the other two women. It had been created by the step Destiny had taken. The woman in white and the woman in black's pupils constricted slightly. They were about to attack when two rays of sword energy arrived before their foreheads, and it pierced half an inch into their heads, causing blood to flow. Suddenly, a wave of mysterious energy enveloped Destiny. The sword domain. The fate sword domain. At the instant the sword domain enveloped Destiny, a ray of sword intent soundlessly appeared behind her. The woman in white and woman in black seized the opportunity to shoot backward, but just a moment later, they vanished on the spot. Three rays of sword energy were like three bolts of lightning that crashed down upon Destiny within the sword domain. All three of them had joined forces. In the sword domain, Destiny grinned. The fate sword domain? Not bad. Unfortunately, it's only a minor Tao. It's nothing. She tapped her finger forward, and a ray of sword energy flashed from the tip of her finger. Hiss! In an instant, Yang Ye's sword domain was forcibly slashed open. At this moment, Yang Ye's features warped. After all, having his sword domain cut open was a huge blow to him. At the instant the sword domain was slashed open, a ray of sword energy pierced through Yang Ye's stomach. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. Snowy, who was trapped by sword energy by the nearby Go board, witnessed this scene and started waving her paws madly. Strand after strand of spirit energy surged madly against the sword energy, but her spirit energy couldn't even cause the sword energy to tremble. She wanted to get out of there by force, but every time she came into contact with the sword energy, her figure would turn a little more ethereal. Very few in the world could truly kill her, but this sword energy before her just happened to be capable of that. In the sword energy, spirit energy was surging out incessantly from Snowy's eyes. Every time she tried to escape, the sword energy would harm her and force her back. Her paws were already covered in injuries. Meanwhile, after she heavily injured Yang Yi, Destiny turned around and waved her right hand, causing sword energy to surge like a waterfall. Rumble. The woman in white and the woman in black were blasted away. Destiny ignored the two of them and gazed at Yang Yi. She walked slowly in his direction as she said, "Yang Yi, your order did surprise me quite a bit in the beginning. Unfortunately, you only focused on it and overlooked the most important point, human nature. Your order is a one-sided thing, and it is your own personal order. As far as I'm concerned, it's something that can be destroyed with a snap of my fingers, because it would be gone once you die." As soon as she finished speaking, she was in front of Yang Yi. Destiny gazed at Yang Yi and grinned. Of course, if you were given the time, you may have been able to perfect it. However, I don't feel like waiting anymore. Regardless of whether it's the three-dimensional universe or four-dimensional universe, they are too tiny. She gazed at the three-dimensional universe below. Watch with me as this universe's Tao is annihilated. She raised her hand slowly, and justice shook violently above eternal border before gradually descending. As soon as it started descending, the entire three-dimensional universe started to turn ethereal. Despair. Countless felt despair as they watched the sword descend. Suddenly, a pitch-black hole in space appeared beneath Justice, and a vast universe was within it. A moment of silence ensued before the black hole slammed itself at Justice. Boom! Justice shook violently and was forced to a stop. A mysterious expert suddenly appeared in the air, and it was the same mysterious expert from the End World. Destiny shook her head and smiled. Heaven Dao, you're finally unable to hold back any longer? Heaven Dao. Yang Yi looked to the side when he heard her. While his eyes had been destroyed by her, his heart was not blind. Yang Yi was quite surprised because he hadn't expected that mysterious expert to actually be the Heaven Dao. But wasn't the Heaven Dao gone? In the sky above the eternal border, the mysterious expert chuckled. Destiny, let's skip the unnecessary talk and put an end to the enmity from all those years ago. Destiny nodded. All right. I didn't kill you all those years ago because you're a part of this universe, and killing you would harm its foundation. Yet now, it is time for you to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked down from the clouds. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slashed open the sword energy surrounding Snowy. The latter immediately pounced on him and kept rubbing her head against his chest. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and cracked a smile. Go inside for now, all right? Snowy nodded and obediently returned to the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi gazed at his stomach. There were quite a few holes there, and they couldn't be repaired. Primordial violet energy couldn't repair the damage she caused at all, and his vitality was gradually fading. Destiny ignored him and Snowy because his fate was sealed. Yang Yi took a deep breath. A moment later, he gazed at the woman in white and the woman in black. Leave. You've done enough for the three-dimensional universe. It's pointless to meaninglessly sacrifice your lives like this. The woman in black shook her head. We aren't doing it for the three-dimensional universe alone. Yang Yi asked softly, You're doing it for that elder brother of yours? She nodded. Yang Yi spoke softly, You've done your best. Leave now. I really don't want anyone else to die. He was very well aware that if they continued to fight Destiny, they would definitely die. They had no chance. Destiny was so strong that she was practically invincible. Good always triumphed? No, this was no fairy tale. The woman in white and the woman in black glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, the woman in white walked over to Yang Yi and patted him on the shoulder. No matter what happens in the end, we will do our best. This world can be destroyed at the hands of someone else, but it cannot be destroyed at my hands. Otherwise, the death of that young boy in the crevice wouldn't have been worth it at all. Take care. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them suddenly turned around and chased after Destiny. No. Yang Yi suddenly howled with rage. He ignored the injuries in his stomach and chased after them as well. However, he was too slow, and so he couldn't catch up to them at all. Destiny suddenly stopped beneath the clouds. Two rays of sword energy were approaching from behind her. Both of their bodies and souls had started to burn up. True ignition of the body and soul. At this moment, their strength surpassed their limits. Indifference filled their eyes. The people of the world were unaware that the strongest sword cultivator from all those years ago, Destiny, was merely the product of a promise to her elder brother. Destiny pondered deeply for a moment, and then a sword suddenly appeared in her grasp. Justice! She turned around and vanished. Two rays of sword energy flashed through the air. The flames on the woman in white and the woman in black suddenly vanished, and then two gorgeous heads gradually fell to the ground. Chapter 28, 18 One Breath to Self-Detonate. Chapter 28, 18 One Breath to Self-Detonate. Destiny descended with her sword in hand, while two headless corpses, two heads, and Yang Yi's dumbstruck figure remained behind her. Yang Yi seemed like Head lost his soul as he gazed at the two corpses and heads before him. Yang Yi clenched his fists, while two streams of tears seeped out from the corners of his mouth. He was practically shouting as he said, Why you were such fools? You could have just left. You could have left. Why did you stay and give your lives away? Why? Yang Yi was crying like a child. Meanwhile, Destiny arrived in the sky above eternal border. At this moment, countless gazed at her. That woman who was like a god. She gazed at the mysterious expert, and the latter grinned. You even killed yourself so decisively. Amazing. She looked down at the mysterious expert and smiled. Don't waste your breath on meaningless chatter. Since you've been in hiding for so long, I presume you have some trump cards. Come on, show them to me, and then all of this can come to an end. The mysterious expert chuckled, of course. He pressed his right hand down. Bang! In an instant, a huge black hole appeared in the sky above eternal border. It blotted out the entire sky. The mysterious expert looked up at Destiny, the starry sky in my palm. It's the grand Tao I've comprehended in these years. Why don't you give it a try? As he spoke, he raised his right hand. In an instant, the huge black hole suddenly shot up into the air toward her. The black hole was attempting to swallow her. At this moment, it was like Destiny was being swallowed by endless space and the universe. She seemed so tiny. She glanced at the mysterious expert. You still haven't improved at all after so many years, and you're still studying such superficial things. She gently stabbed Justice forward. Hiss. Space was cut open where Justice descended, but that small hole in space was like a huge gash in space. In an instant, the starry sky that enveloped her was obliterated. In less than a breath of time, that black hole vanished. It had been destroyed with a single attack. Destiny looked at the mysterious expert down below. You were born of this world, and this three-dimensional universe can be described as being a part of you. You can destroy it yourself. In that way, perhaps you can pose a tiny threat to me. The mysterious expert looked up at her. If you die, it's because you're too confident. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura shot through the sky. Destiny looked to the side, and she saw a colossus covered in blood-red flames approaching from her right. The undying phoenix. Destiny grinned. An evil beast. It's time we get even. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the space to her left shook violently before a huge tortoise walked out slowly from there. The black tortoise. She grinned. Are there more? Of course. Another ancient voice resounded. As soon as the voice resounded, a Qilin appeared before Destiny. The demonic Qilin. Her gaze descended onto the Qilin. Demonic Qilin. Interesting indeed. Besides the evil progenitor herself, you are quite strong among all the other evil beasts. The demonic Qilin glanced indifferently at her. Thanks for the compliment. What about me? Delicate laughter resounded from behind Destiny. A huge fox with 10 tails had suddenly appeared there. The 10-tailed fox. Destiny didn't even look back as she said, "You are trash." The fox's expression instantly changed. It was about to attack when the mysterious expert suddenly said, "If you attack, you'll die the moment she swings her sword." The fox gazed at the mysterious expert, grunted coldly, and didn't say a word, nor did it attack. Destiny glanced at the demons here and grinned. Besides the evil progenitor, all the other famous evil beasts of the ancient times are here. She looked down at the mysterious expert. Make your move. The mysterious expert nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a strange seal with his hands, and then a huge pitch-black formation appeared in the sky above eternal border. The formation had 7 corners, and the demon beasts took one of the corners each while Destiny stood at the center. The 7 evil beasts had surrounded her. Destiny looked down at the formation beneath her feet. Your strength is converged into one. Interesting. Come give it a try. Attack. The mysterious expert's voice resounded. Along with the command, the evil beasts in the sky suddenly attacked. A stream of flames surged from the phoenix's mouth. In an instant, the area around Destiny was engulfed in flames. These flames were completely different from the flames Yang Yi had seen that day, because these flames contained the energy of the other evil beasts. The formation's effect was to converge their strength to one of them. No one was a match for Destiny in single combat. Destiny raised her sword and waved it gently. Bam! An explosion resounded, and she was pushed around 30 m back. However, the formation beneath her feet hadn't vanished. Moreover, energy seemed to be rippling about within it. Destiny glanced at the evil beasts and chuckled. Your strength isn't bad. The demonic Qilin suddenly asked, Is it just not bad? She replied with a question. What do you think? The Qilin laughed coldly. Then try me. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly roared with fury at Destiny, and then it slammed itself at her. Meanwhile, the other evil beasts took action as well. All of them madly released their energy, and the energy traveled through the formation and converged into the demonic Qilin. Obviously, they were very well aware that they could only fight her when they remained united. None of them could rival her strength in single combat. The demonic Qilin's strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Its own strength was capable of obliterating the area around it, and coupled with the strength of the other evil beasts, it was entirely capable of obliterating the entire world around it. Destiny grinned, and then she pressed her sword against her forehead, determined fate. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her foot down and shot forward like a gust of wind. Countless watched as she shot over to the demonic Qilin and swung her sword. Hiss! The sound of something being sliced open resounded. Destiny appeared behind the demonic Qilin, and the demon beast behind her stiffened on the spot. An instant later, its huge body split into two and blood surged out like a river. An instant kill. The remaining evil beast's expressions changed from the sight of this. Destiny gazed at the rest of them and smiled. I thought all of you would pleasantly surprise me. Unfortunately, you're still absolutely weak. Not to mention all of you. Even if all the evil beasts from that time were to be gathered here today, could they even stop a swing of my sword? As soon as she finished speaking, she floated forward with sword in hand, causing the expressions of all the evil beasts to change drastically. They started fleeing madly toward the surroundings, but they noticed to their shock that they were actually incapable of escaping the formation. The undying phoenix gazed at the mysterious expert and roared with fury. What are you trying to do? The mysterious expert remained silent. The undying phoenix wished to say more, but a sword suddenly appeared behind it. Its expression changed drastically, and it ignored everything as it transformed into a ray of flames that charged at the sword. An attack with its life on the line. Hiss! The flames were sliced into two, and it wasn't just the flames that had been sliced apart. The phoenix was in two as well. Its blood flowed into the formation like a stream of lava, and upon absorbing its blood, the formation started to tremble. In the formation, Destiny turned to look at the vicious tiger, and the latter had no fear in its eyes. Damn you. It'll put an end to our enmity today. As soon as it finished speaking, it pounced at her. Its body started to burn. Obviously, it knew that it was doomed. She still had a smile on her face. It was a very casual smile, and it was very natural and amiable. Meanwhile, the tiger arrived before her. She swung her sword. Bang! Her attack forcibly stopped the flaming tiger, and her body remained immovable like a mountain. The vicious tiger roared with fury as it madly released all its strength. At this moment, even the starry sky was trembling and rippling, but Destiny still didn't move at all. She suddenly smiled. Watch, this attack is called Sword of Ruin. Everything falls to ruin before this attack. She suddenly twisted her right hand. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed through the tiger's burning body, and she appeared behind it. Meanwhile, the tiger behind her was obliterated. After instantly killing the tiger, she chuckled. The next attack is known as World Splitter. She turned around and swung a horizontal slash. The heavens and the earth were split before it. In the distance, the head of the dragon, which was about to attack, just suddenly shot up into the air. Another instant kill. She gazed at the last evil beast here, the ten-tailed fox, and said, You are the last one. As soon as she said that, a scene appeared abruptly before her. In a mountain crevice, a young boy was tightly hugging a young girl. A sword howl resounded, and the scene vanished into thin air. Destiny was behind the fox at this point. Who can even shake a heart as firm as mine? As soon as she finished speaking, the fox's body started to fall off, layer by layer. A short while later, the fox's body had transformed into thousands of pieces. It had been chopped up, Destiny held justice between two fingers as she waved it gently, and the blood on it dripped off from its tip. A short while later, she turned around and gazed at the mysterious expert. "They'll give you one breath of time to self-detonate." Chapter 28:19 I'm your sister. Chapter 28:19 I'm your sister. Destiny's voice was very calm, and it was like she was speaking about something insignificant. The mysterious expert suddenly chuckled. "Look below you." Destiny looked down. At this moment, the formation beneath her feet had turned blood red. Blood. After those demons fell, their blood had actually been fully absorbed by the formation. She grinned, sacrificing the blood of evil beasts to a formation. "You've surprised me quite a bit." The mysterious expert walked slowly to her and gradually raised his right hand. A moment later, the formation beneath her feet shook, and the blood started to wriggle like lava. At the center of the formation, Destiny just stood there with a smile on her face. She was always so calm and composed. Sword cultivators cultivated the heart, and her heart was deep as a well. It was very difficult to cause any fluctuations in her heart. When the heart was calm, the sword Tao was stable. The blood below her feet started flowing faster and faster. A moment later, threads of blood started stretching toward her like needles. She tapped her finger forward, and a ray of sword energy shot through the air and pierced through the threads of blood. However, the blood remained completely unharmed. Destiny was quite surprised by this. She sized up the formation again, and then she chuckled. "I see. The source of your formation isn't here. It's outside this universe. No wonder it was able to disregard my sword energy." The mysterious expert said, "Then do you know where its source is?" She glanced at the mysterious expert and smiled. "I underestimated you a little. I didn't expect you to have been there. And you even set up a formation there." The mysterious expert didn't say a word. He just raised his hands slowly instead. In an instant, countless threads of blood instantly extended toward her from within the formation. The threads of blood contained the powerful energy of the evil beasts, and it could be said that when enhanced by the formation, every single thread of blood could easily annihilate a peak Destiny Transcendence Realm expert. At this moment, there was a boundless supply of blood threads in the formation. Destiny smiled in silence and just stood there with no intention to dodge. She just allowed the threads of blood to envelop her. At this moment, the threads of blood had completely blocked her figure from view. However, the mysterious expert was gradually clenching his fists. Would she lose that easily? He naturally refused to believe that. Sure enough, a ray of sword energy suddenly flashed out from the blood threads, and then the blood threads started to retreat in layers. Destiny was still in there, and there were 3 strands of sword energy floating around her. It was these strands of sword energy that kept the blood threads away. Any blood threads that approached her would be obliterated. The mysterious expert crossed his arms before his chest and lowered his head slightly. "That's sword energy. The Tao of Annihilation. Amazing." She tapped her finger forward, and a strand of sword energy vanished on the spot. It soundlessly appeared at a certain world in the distance, and then it entered the clouds of that world. Bang! The sky collapsed into bits, and the formation beneath Destiny collapsed along with it. She walked slowly toward the mysterious expert. "Heaven Tao, after so many years, you're still playing these lousy tricks. You really haven't accomplished much." The mysterious expert replied softly, "Then allow me to show you something that isn't lousy." His figure suddenly turned ethereal. Boom! An explosion resounded from afar, and then countless watched with astonishment as Destiny retreated repeatedly. She retreated around 300 m. Does he stand a chance? The flames of hope that had been extinguished in countless started to show signs of being reignited. Destiny shot a glance forward. The mysterious expert was gone, and there was no sign of him here. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy appeared before her. Destiny was pushed back repeatedly once more. Countless looked up with stunned expressions on their faces, because only Destiny could be seen in the sky, and the mysterious expert was gone. Bang! Meanwhile, Destiny retreated repeatedly once more. A short while later, she stopped, and a smile still remained on her face, transforming into the world. You are the world, and the world is you. Interesting. Unfortunately, it's still a lousy trick. She suddenly waved her sword. Hiss. The sky instantly turned ethereal before this swing. At the same time, a ray of sword energy entered the space ahead. A moment of silence ensued, and then the sky collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, a ray of sword energy surged madly through the pitch-black reaches of space. It was utterly pitch black. The sky above eternal border seemed like it was covered by a black cloth. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion resounded from the pitch-black expanse of space, and then a figure appeared before Destiny. It was the mysterious expert. Destiny waved her right hand gently, and the sky returned to normal. The shattered space had been instantly repaired. The mysterious expert's voice resounded before her. Why, you have transcended the grand Tao of this universe. She shook her head. Allow me to correct you. I accomplished that 1,000 years ago. Now, I want to annihilate the Tao. You transformed into the world and wished to use the entire three-dimensional universe's strength against me. Unfortunately, you do not know that the three-dimensional universe is something I can destroy with a snap of my fingers. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure floated forward. Suddenly, the mysterious expert pressed his palms together, and a faint wave of flames were ignited from within him and rippled outward. Ignition of the body and soul. However, Destiny suddenly stopped as if she'd been frozen on the spot. Hiss. A moment later, a ray of sword energy flashed past the mysterious expert's throat, and then his head shot up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. Meanwhile, Destiny still remained standing on the same spot. He's dead? Everyone stared blankly at the head falling from the sky. As the head descended, phenomena like heavy rain and sunny skies and rives slowing to a crawl started to appear throughout the sky, or it should be said that it was appearing throughout the universe. The Heaven Tao. The Heaven Tao wasn't human. It was born of the entire three-dimensional universe. To a certain extent, it was from the same source as Snowy and the others. Destiny glanced at the bloody head. The Heaven Tao exists no more in this universe. She looked down, and the living beings of the three-dimensional universe entered her field of vision. Destiny chuckled. Yang Yi, do you know how amazing it is to watch as countless lives vanish before your eyes? Of course, I'm not fond of killing, but am fond of the process of countless lives being lost. Watching that process allows me to comprehend many things. As she spoke, she looked up into the sky, and Yang Yi was standing there. Yang Yi had placed the corpses of the woman in white and woman in black into the primordial pagoda. Destiny smiled. Don't be sad. Life always comes to an end. When you see through the essence of life, your fate sword Tao will grow even stronger. But if you fail to comprehend the fate of all living things, your fate sword Tao will always remain a minor Tao. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to accomplish that. She tapped her finger forward, and a ray of sword energy shot at Yang Yi. When it arrived before him, Yang Yi's sword shot forward. It was still the fate sword Tao. However, it was a little different. Destiny's sword energy was forced to a stop, but it didn't disperse. Destiny gazed at Yang Yi and was quite surprised. Interesting. There's something else in your fate sword Tao. It's rage and regret. Looks like it's because of those other two forms of me. Unfortunately, that bit of change doesn't make a difference. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bang! Destiny's sword energy shattered. A moment later, Yang Yi appeared before her and swung his sword. Destiny waved her hand, and a wave of sword energy rippled forth. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. She gazed at Yang Yi's figure that was 3 kilometers away now. In the beginning, I thought quite highly of you. Unfortunately, you chose to preserve your emotions and to protect. Of course, that isn't wrong. The only mistake is that they are things I wish to destroy. Today, everything will come to an end. As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped her finger forward, and justice shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Yang Yi's aura reached his peak. This time, he truly sensed death, and he knew that he would die if that attack struck him. That was how that attack felt to him. Yang Yi held his sword tight. Even if only death awaited, he intended to swing his sword before that happened. Right when Yang Yi was about to swing his sword, a hand suddenly stopped justice. A woman appeared before Yang Yi. Qi Bitian. It was Qi Bitian. There were some golden scales on Qi Bitian's palm, and it was those scales which had stopped justice. Qi Bitian shook her right hand slightly, and justice shot back to Destiny. At the same time, Tianxiu appeared by Yang Ye's side. Destiny glanced at Qi Bitian, half human and half demon. Your demon form is the ancient azure phoenix, an auspicious beast that is extinct now. Qi Bitian cracked a smile. You have quite the eye. Destiny suddenly waved her sword. Qi Bitian's pupils constricted. She soared up into the air and slapped her palm down. Bang! Qi Bitian was blasted far away, and her entire right arm vanished. She lost an arm from a single attack. Destiny walked slowly in their direction. Tianxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. She walked over to Yang Yi, but Yang Yi suddenly grabbed her by the arm and spoke in a trembling tone. Tanshou, leave, all right? Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. What are you talking about? I'm your sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Tianxiu suddenly opened her eyes, and then she pressed her palms together. She transformed into a burning ray of dark light that shot at Destiny. Destiny suddenly stopped walking, and then she was in front of Yang Yi. Tianxiu seemed as if she'd been frozen 300 m behind Destiny. A moment of silence ensued, and then her forehead suddenly split open. A strand of blood rolled down her face. A short while later, her figure crashed to the ground. Chapter 28:20 Come at me. Chapter 28:20 Come at me. Yang Yi stared blankly at Tianxiu's gradually descending corpse. Streams of blood red were gradually seeping out from the corners of his eyes. Tianxiu. The scenes of the past kept flashing through his mind. Tianxiu, the patriarch of the void race. My people are gone. So what's the point of living? Come on, let's leave this universe. Who dares to touch him? What are you talking about? I'm your sister. Yang Yi clenched his fists while his body trembled. Destiny chuckled before him. If you care so much about life and death, you will be enslaved by it. Fuck you. Yang Yi howled with fury, and he swung his sword at her with both hands. The Fate Sword domain combined with the Fate Sword Dao. Yang Yi practically unleashed all his strength into this attack. Destiny raised her sword in front of her. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted extremely far away. Suddenly, Qi Bitian appeared above Destiny. There was a fierce grin on the corners of her mouth as she slammed her left palm down. She only knew 3 moves. This was the final move. Destiny Annihilation. It was the name she'd given that move. Along with the descent of Qi Bitian's palm, the space below was obliterated inch by inch. It was being truly obliterated to the point even dark matter was being destroyed. Destiny remained indifferent as she stabbed her sword upward. Hiss! It stabbed through the center of Qi Bitian's left palm. Bang! In an instant, Qi Bitian's entire left arm exploded into bits. However, Destiny was pushed 300 m down as well. At the same time, streams of terrifying energy descended incessantly. Destiny shook her head slightly. The extremes of strength. Unfortunately, that isn't enough. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her sword gently. Hiss! The energy above her started to collapse inch by inch. Qi Bitian was about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly appeared before her. She gazed at him. Kid, you're not going to ask me to flee too, right? Yang Yi was about to speak when Qi Bitian spoke softly. Fool. She wants to destroy what she considers to be the Tao, and it includes everything. Even people like us who are included in the scope of that Tao. Tao annihilation. Annihilation of all things. Yang Yi suddenly muttered as if had lost his soul. The Tao always leaves an opportunity, and she has seized that opportunity and transcended the Grand Tao. Moreover, she wants to annihilate the Grand Tao. Transcend. No, 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 no. Yang Yi was practically howling with rage. Qi Bitian spoke softly. Kid, don't force it, just do your best. Even if we can't escape death in the end, all that matters is that we tried our best. As she spoke, she arrived before destiny. She glanced at Tianxiu's corpse that had fallen to the ground, and she grinned, "Sister, I'm coming." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly expanded, and then it exploded. A wave of powerful energy raged at Destiny like a storm. Boom! Destiny was pushed back repeatedly. However, along with a swing of her sword, the energy created by the explosion was instantly obliterated. Destiny waved her right hand lightly, and the area destroyed by the explosion instantly returned to normal. Meanwhile, Qi Bitian had ceased to exist in this world. Destiny gazed at Yang Yi and walked slowly in his direction. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared on Yang Ye's shoulder. Destiny stopped moving. She smiled. "Are you going to return to your original form? If you are, I would be quite interested." Snowy stared at her while holding tightly to her sprite staff. Suddenly, she tossed the sprite staff at Destiny. Destiny shook her head and stabbed at it. Bang! The sprite stuff instantly exploded into pieces. A moment later, a sword shot at Snowy. Snowy didn't attack again. She knew that she was no match for the woman before her, so she turned around, hugged Yang Ye's neck, and just stayed close to him. Right when the sword was around 3 m away from Snowy, a fist slammed against Justice. Bam! Justice was blasted away. Snowy turned around, and she saw a petite young girl standing before her. The girl had a pair of long black horns. Arya. It was Arya. Destiny glanced at Arya and smiled. The evil progenitor. The evil progenitor at her prime. Interesting indeed. Arya glanced coldly at Destiny. In the end, she gazed at Yang Yi and Snowy, but her gaze was still icy cold. Snowy gently touched Arya's horns. Arya didn't move away and allowed Snowy to do so. A short while later, Snowy started waving her paws swiftly. She was waving them while pointing at Destiny, and her chubby face was covered in anxiety. "Run." Snowy was asking Arya to run. Arya gazed at Snowy and Yang Yi, and 2 streams of tears gradually flowed down her face. When she saw Arya cry, Snowy started crying as well, and the 2 little fellows just started crying like that. Suddenly, a sword flashed. Arya withdrew something and placed it in Snowy's paws, and then she turned around and charged at the sword. It was a Tonghulu. At the moment Arya turned around, a wave of destructive force suddenly swept out of her. It was so powerful that the sky instantly dimmed down before her, and the sword, which had arrived before her now, was instantly blasted back to Destiny. Destiny stretched out her hand and Justice landed firmly in her grasp. Meanwhile, Arya's fist was slamming down at her. Strength. This punch carried pure strength, and it was absolutely the greatest in the universe. Destiny grinned, and there was a trace of battle intent in her eyes. A moment later, she stabbed her sword at the fist. Bang! The world shook before their collision. Destiny was pushed 300 m back while Arya didn't just avoid being pushed back. She even pressed forward, and she slammed another punch at Destiny. Destiny grinned as she pressed her sword against her forehead. In this instant, the world seemed to become motionless. A moment later, Arya arrived before her, but Destiny vanished on the spot and appeared over 1 kilometer behind Arya. Arya seemed like she'd been frozen on the spot behind Destiny. A moment of silence ensued, and then the scales throughout Arya's body started to crack apart and fall off her. After that, her figure crashed to the ground. Snowy was stunned by the sight of this. The Tonghulu fell from her paw. Meanwhile, countless below were enveloped in despair. Despair. Everyone seemed so tiny before that woman who was like a god, and they seemed so weak. Could anyone in this world stop her? No one could. Once she killed Yang Yi, just a single thought of hers would be enough to obliterate the 3-dimensional universe, just as Shed done to the 4-dimensional universe. Death. All of them could only wait for death to arrive. She walked toward Yang Yi and Snowy, and a faint smile still remained on her face. Suddenly, she stopped and turned around. A sword cultivator was walking over slowly from the distant sky. A sword cultivator. He wore a cloud-white robe, had a sword by his waist, and was just walking over from above the clouds. It was the unfettered one. Destiny grinned. I've been waiting for you. The unfettered one walked over to her. I went above the clouds, but you weren't there. She smiled. I just came down here. I forgot to tell you about that. He nodded. That's fine. As he spoke, he took his sword in his right hand and swung it. A ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded and Destiny was pushed 3 kilometers away. Justice was trembling in her grasp. Destiny grinned. The extremes of the emotionless sword Tao. Interesting. Try a swing of my sword now. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly became motionless. The unfettered one frowned slightly and stabbed at her. Bam! The unfettered one was pushed 3 kilometers back, and as soon as he stopped himself, the space behind him cracked open. The unfettered one looked up at her. You're very strong. Destiny's grin grew wider as she walked slowly in the unfettered one's direction. Every step she took created a strand of sword energy beneath her feet, and with every subsequent step, the previous strand of sword energy would overlap with the newly generated strand of sword energy. A sword Tao with each step. Destiny had comprehended numerous types of sword Taos throughout the countless years of the past, and Shed practically attained the limits of them all, even the emotionless sword Tao. Because when that young boy died in the crevice all those years ago, she had no further ties to this world. Comprehending countless sword Taos wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was her ability to merge them all. A myriad of sword Taos merged into one. Destiny walked until she was just around 30 m away from the sword cultivator. At this moment, there was only a single strand of sword energy beneath her feet, but it was unprecedentedly powerful. She gazed at the unfettered one and smiled. Will you face this attack of mine? The unfettered one gradually gripped his sword, but at this moment, he noticed to his astonishment that he was actually incapable of drawing it. He couldn't draw his sword. The smile on Destiny's face widened while Justice shook violently and let out a resounding sword howl. She glanced at the unfettered one and Yang Yi. Both of you can come at me. Let me see the extremes of the emotionless sword Tao and the sword Tao of emotion. Chapter 28-21 In the Name of the Sword. Chapter 28-21 In the Name of the Sword. The unfettered one released the sword in his grasp, and then he gazed at her before gradually closing his eyes. An ethereal sword soundlessly appeared within him. Destiny's grin grew even more brilliant. She was about to attack when a voice resounded. You're mistaken. She turned to the side, and she saw Yang Yi walking slowly in her direction. Actually, Yang Yi's strength was practically exhausted because primordial violet energy couldn't heal the injuries inflicted on him. Destiny turned slowly to face Yang Yi and smiled. I'm mistaken? About what? Yang Yi arrived around 30 m before her and replied, Your thoughts are mistaken. Her smile grew even more brilliantly. Please do tell me more. Yang Yi sent Snowy back into the primordial pagoda and looked up at her. The Grand Tao always leaves an opportunity, and I thought you were the one who'd seized that opportunity and transcended the Grand Tao. However, that is wrong. You're not it. That opportunity belongs to all the living beings of the world, and not just a single person. You are just the strongest among them, and you haven't transcended the Grand Tao. You are still within its scope. Destiny's eyes narrowed slightly as she tightened her grip on Justice. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued. That saying refers to the destiny of all living things, and it refers to the fact that nothing is absolute. It is a variable, it is uncertainty. As he spoke, he walked closer to her and continued, You are the strongest among all things, but you are still within the Tao. She suddenly looked up and smiled. So what? Yang Yi cracked a smile. If you are still within it, then you will die. Destiny chuckled. Why don't you try? Yang Yi nodded, and then he suddenly rose up slowly into the air. Yang Yi stretched out his hands slowly, and then the sword domain swept out into the surroundings. His sword domain covered the sky, and it didn't take long for the entire eternal border to be within it. Destiny didn't attack, but the composed smile on her face had vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded through the sky. The Grand Tao always leaves us an opportunity. Destiny is heartless today and wishes to slaughter all things to attain the Tao. So in the name of the sword, I, Yang Yi, seek help from all things in this world to support my sword Tao, kill destiny, create order, and bring peace. With the help of his sword domain, Yang Yi's voice was like rumbling thunder that swept into the surroundings, and it didn't take long for the entire three-dimensional universe to hear him. A moment of silence ensued, and then the eternal border, which was within Yang Yi's sword domain's scope, started to tremble violently. Countless people throughout the universe fell to their knees. At the same time, voices resounded incessantly throughout the universe, "We are willing to help you." At this moment, all the living beings in the three-dimensional universe responded to Yang Yi's call. The flowers, grass, trees, water, people, demons, sprites, the good, the bad. Practically everything which was a part of the three-dimensional universe responded to his call, and it was the same within the primordial pagoda. Even the experts of the four-dimensional universe were on their knees. Meanwhile, Shu Wubian looked up at Yang Yi's figure in the sky, fell silent for a moment, and then closed her eyes slowly. "I'll help you." Zhuamu and the others behind her fell silent for a moment, and then they spoke as well. Yang Yi's sword started to tremble violently while a wave of invisible sword intent rippled out incessantly from him. Both Destiny and the Unfettered One were pushed back by the force of it. The sword Tao of order has finally been achieved. Order required the living beings of the world to willingly abide by it. Only then was it true order. All Yang Yi's comprehensions of the past were acknowledged by the living beings of the world at this moment, and he had truly achieved the sword Tao of order. It wasn't just the sword Tao or order. He had attained the order sword domain as well. But that wasn't the end. Yang Yi suddenly walked slowly in her direction. "I was wrong in the past. What is the sword domain? A domain that is a world of its own? No, I took the wrong path from the beginning. A domain is a person, and it is also all things." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword domain that had enveloped the eternal border actually started to expand on its own. In practically an instant, it had spread throughout the universe, and it was even spreading beyond the three-dimensional universe. It was spreading to worlds and places had never come into contact with in the past. In the past, had only thought about himself, and so only he was encompassed within it. Thus, his sword domain only belonged to him. Yet now, he thought about all living things, and so all living things were his domain as well. A single thought made a huge difference. The sword Tao of all. The sword domain of all. Destiny suddenly started chuckling. The order sword domain. The sword domain of all. All living things abide by your order, and you represent them. You have not chosen to transcend them, and you have chosen to be one with them instead. Haha, come. Let me see if the energy of all things can do anything to me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly turned ethereal. An instant later, a ray of sword energy arrived before Yang Yi. At this moment, the entire three-dimensional universe started trembling. Countless worlds started to collapse. It was because her attack wasn't just aimed at Yang Yi, it was aimed at the entire three-dimensional universe. Destroying the three-dimensional universe would destroy Yang Yi's sword Tao and sword domain. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung his sword. It stabbed against the ray of sword energy. Boom. Destiny's sword energy exploded into pieces, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and justice stabbed against the tip of his sword. Bang! The universe cracked open. At this moment, countless living beings were affected and lost their lives. Destiny cracked a smile. "If you use all living things as part of your Tao, I will annihilate them all and destroy your Tao." As soon as she finished speaking, she twisted justice forward. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and his entire body cracked open while blood seeped out incessantly from the cracks. At the same time, the space throughout the area started to collapse. The entire three-dimensional universe was gradually vanishing. Even though Destiny was still within the Tao, her strength wasn't. If she wanted to annihilate the Tao earlier, then now, she wanted to break through it, completely break through it before annihilating it. As far as she was concerned, the Tao she once broke free from was fake, and that was fine because she could do it again. All she had to do was walk the same path again. Even if all the living beings of the three-dimensional universe were combined together, they couldn't stop her. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. More and more of his blood was leaving him, and his entire body had actually turned slightly ethereal. He could be said to have taken the form of all living things, and even the heaven Tao now. So, when she harmed the three-dimensional universe and the living beings here, she was actually harming him too. Destiny walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction while a faint smile still remained on her face. You're right, I'm within the Tao, but so what? As far as I'm concerned, being inside or outside makes no difference. As she spoke, justice shook in her grasp. Suddenly, a voice resounded, but it makes a difference to him. She stopped and looked at the source of it. It was the unfettered one. Destiny grinned. Sword cultivator, even though you've cultivated a single sword down to an extreme that surpasses the ordinary extreme, even if it's at a level that I too am incapable of achieving, you still can't stop me? The unfettered one nodded. Indeed. As he spoke, he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. I'll help you. Along with this declaration, a wave of powerful sword intent swept out of him and entered Yang Yi's body. At the same time, a voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Your thoughts are my thoughts, and your intent is my intent. Bang! In an instant, a wave of powerful sword intent surged up into the sky from within Yang Yi, and it shot into the depths of outer space. The emotionless sword Tao. The sword Tao of emotion. When the sword cultivator was willing to become a part of Yang Yi's order sword Tao and sword Tao of all, Yang Yi's sword domains had practically instantly arrived at his limits. The unfettered one's sword Tao was at its peak. Since he was willing to abide by Yang Yi's order and become a part of Yang Yi's sword domain of all, it truly brought Yang Yi's sword domains to a state of perfection. Because the unfettered one and destiny were the same type of person, his strength had similarly surpassed the grand Tao. The unfettered one's acceptance could be described as the best form of acknowledgement for Yang Yi's order sword domain and sword domain of all. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at destiny, and an ocean of blood could be seen within them. He took a step forward and said, a single thought of yours can destroy the world, and today, a single thought of mine will bring life to the three-dimensional universe. He vanished on the spot. Destiny cracked a smile. Good, very good. Ha. Her figure shook, and then a ray of sword energy rippled out from her. At this moment, despair filled the hearts of everyone, because that attack could obliterate the entire three-dimensional universe. But just a moment later, a wave of energy suppressed the sword energy. The sword domain. The order sword domain. The sword domain of all. A moment later, Yang Yi's sword arrived. Bang! A figure was blasted through the sky. It was destiny. She was blasted extremely far away. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He stood there with sword in hand while blood seeped out incessantly from his mouth. Everyone gazed at Destiny's figure in the distance. At this moment, justice had shattered in her grasp, and her body was translucent. Her body was gone. She's still alive? Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Destiny glanced at Yang Yi and cracked a smile. Amazing. I didn't keep you alive for nothing. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Yang Yi. You've allowed me to understand what has been troubling me all this time. All living beings are the Tao, and all things are the Tao. The Tao always exists, even if I destroy everything. So long as I'm alive, it still exists. Everything here is over, but it's only just the beginning for me. She floated slowly into the air, and her figure grew further and further away. In the end, there was a barrier before her, and as she gazed at the barrier, Destiny, in her soul form, glanced at her hand. There was a thumb-sized steamed bun in her grasp. She suddenly cracked a smile and laughed like a child. Big brother, I've overcome my shackles, and I can destroy the five-dimensional universe. According to legend, the five-dimensional universe can change everything in the world. Even though I know it's probably not true. Perhaps it is? Even if it isn't true, I refuse to give up. I will continue searching until the day I die. As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of sword energy flashed. In the sky above Eternal Border, The unfettered one looked up and spoke softly. So, she always had emotions, but those emotions are not for all living beings, and it's only directed to the people she cares about. As he spoke, he walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at Yang Yi, and continued, "Don't forget our agreement." The unfettered one suddenly shot up into the sky. This time, he wasn't walking, he was flying on his sword, because he had a new objective in the sword Dao now. Once the unfettered one left, Yang Yi's figure fell from the sky. A short while later, he descended onto a huge rock by the eternal river. As he gazed at the boundless starry sky, Yang Yi spoke softly, "Tianshito, area, Qibitian, father, mother, everyone, I failed to protect all of you. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. So exhausted. So very exhausted." He slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, a white little fellow appeared on Yang Yi's chest. The little fellow was stunned for quite a while when she saw Yang Yi's eyes closed. In the end, she withdrew 2 horns, held the horns as she hugged Yang Yi's neck, and then slowly closed her eyes. Just like that, day after day, year after year passed. The young man on the rock didn't wake up again, and the little fellow lying on his chest never woke up since then as well. Countless years passed. One day, a soft footstep suddenly appeared by the rock. A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice that was barely louder than a mosquito said, "Big Brother Yang." Chapter 28-22 It's Great to Be Alive, END. Chapter 28-22 It's Great to Be Alive, END, Big Brother Yang. Along with that call, the young man's finger twitched. At the same time, the claws of the white little fellow lying on his body trembled as well. Yang Yi gradually opened his eyes. He glanced blankly at the sky, and a short while later, he looked down at Snowy who was lying on his chest. Yang Yi rubbed her head. "Wake up." As soon as he spoke, Snowy gradually opened her eyes. She cracked a smile upon seeing him, and then hugged him tight. Yang Yi stood up while hugging Snowy in his arms, and a petite young girl was standing before him. Arya. When he saw Arya, tears couldn't help but flow down his face. Arya gazed at Yang Yi and Snowy, and her tears couldn't help but flow as well. Arya was alive. She had forcibly resisted an attack from Destiny. That attack hadn't been able to annihilate her. However, her main body had been destroyed again, and it had seriously injured her. She had suffered similar injuries as she had all those years ago. Yang Yi walked over to her and hugged her gently while Snowy tightly hugged Arya's neck. The 3 of them just hugged each other for a long, long time. A long time passed before a woman in a red dress walked over slowly from afar. "Ding Xiaoyao." Yang Yi gazed at her. She gazed at Yang Yi, and then she smiled, but just a moment later, she started crying. Since Yang Yi laid there on the rock, she'd been here practically every day, no matter rain or shine. Wait. She was willing to wait until the end of time. Yang Yi led Arya and Snowy over to Ding Xiaoyao, and she spoke softly, "I thought you wouldn't wake up again." Yang Yi gently wiped off the tears on her face. "I'm sorry." She shook her head. "It's great that you're awake. That's all that matters." Yang Yi nodded and led Ding Xiaoyao to Eternal Kingdom. Universe City had been rebuilt. As they traveled, Ding Xiaoyao spoke softly, "The situation here is stable. Your order is being abided by the entire universe. While it's impossible to produce absolute peace, everything is developing in a good direction. No one is acting as they please. Of course, the precondition would be that their strength doesn't surpass Universe City. As for the 4-dimensional universe's experts, they have remained peaceful until now and have not caused any trouble, nor do they dare to. After all, you're still alive." Suddenly, Yang Yi shook his head. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Yang Yi, and he spoke softly, "I only want to live for all of you now." She gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi took her hand and brought her into the primordial pagoda. In the pagoda, Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, Zhuang Weiran, Bai Zhixian, and all the others arrived before Yang Yi. As he gazed at all of these familiar faces, Yang Yi smiled. "It's great to be alive." After that, he spent all his time with them. Just like that, day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed, and Yang Yi still hadn't left the primordial pagoda, nor had he cultivated or paid any attention to the three-dimensional universe's affairs. Throughout these 10 years, he did just one thing, accompanying the people by his side. During this time, he invited the women from the Nether Pavilion, Nanli Ming, the disciples of the ancient sword sect. In short, he invited everyone he knew to Universe City. A get-together. Unfortunately, some weren't here anymore one day. Yang Yi brought Snowy and Arya to the ascension platform. Arya was eating a tanghulu. She took a lick, and then passed it to Snowy to do the same. The two little fellows didn't mind sharing it at all. Yang Yi's gaze descended upon the ascension platform, and there were 3 corpses there. Tianxiu, the woman in white, the woman in black. Yang Yi just stood there and gazed at them. He stood there from the morning until night arrived, and he continued until the next day. As for Arya and Snowy, they just remained by his side as well. Noon, Yang Yi spoke softly, "I will resurrect all of you, no matter the cost." As he spoke, he gazed at his palm. There were some specks of light there. Head used his sword domain to forcibly preserve them after Qi Bitian had detonated herself. If it was his past sword domain, he wouldn't have been able to sense all of this, but after he attained the sword domain of all, he was able to sense many more profound things. Of course, he sensed a universe that was of a higher level as well. The place the unfettered one and destiny's strongest form had gone to, he could sense that place too. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at the ascension platform. He frowned slightly and unleashed his sword domain. Under the sword domain's effects, Yang Yi noticed that a formation was actually hidden within the ascension platform. A formation? It wasn't just a formation that was hidden. There were some words there too. The Grand Tao always leaves an opportunity. Yang Yi was stunned by the sight of these words. They were almost identical to what was recorded in that scripture of his. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he used the sword domain to inspect the formation. He looked along the teleportation pathway of the formation, and his divine sense kept stretching further and further. In the end, he was stunned. Head left the three-dimensional universe, and his divine sense wasn't in the four-dimensional universe either. It was a brand new and unknown place. Yang Yi stared at the ascension platform for a very long time. In the end, he glanced at Tianxiu and the others' corpses, and then he left the pagoda with Snowy and Arya. Yang Yi went to Ding Xiaoyao. "Come with me." She was stunned by this. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Let's leave." Ding Xiaoyao pondered deeply for a moment, and then she gazed at a woman in a green dress. "Little Ming, I'll leave it all to you now." The woman in a green dress was Nanli Ming. Nanli Ming glanced at Yang Yi. "You're leaving?" Yang Yi nodded. "I want everyone I care about to live well." Nanli Ming asked, "You plan to reverse death?" Yang Yi nodded. Nanli Ming spoke solemnly, "I'm afraid. That isn't realistic." Yang Yi replied softly, "I know, but I will work hard to accomplish it." She glanced at him and didn't say another word. Yang Yi smiled. "Miss Nanli, see you." He took Ding Xiaoyao's hand, and then they returned to the ascension platform along with Arya and Snowy. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy, and the latter waved her paw. A strand of spirit energy enveloped the ascension platform, and a moment of silence ensued before the platform shook violently. A moment later, a huge formation enveloped the entire primordial pagoda. At the same time, a speck of light flashed in the sky above Eternal Kingdom. A short while later, a sword descended from the clouds. Burial. It just floated there in the sky above Eternal Kingdom, and it continued floating there for 10,000 years. Meanwhile, in another world, a ray of sword energy soundlessly appeared. Yang Yi appeared there, and there were 2 people standing not too far ahead of him. The unfettered one and the strongest form of Destiny. Destiny glanced at Yang Yi and grinned. "We've been waiting for you." Yang Yi gazed at the unfettered one, and the latter spoke softly. "It's a little difficult to deal with it." Yang Yi looked ahead, and a tall, black pagoda was floating there just 3 kilometers away from them. The pagoda was 3 kilometers tall, and there were 4 huge, pillar-thick chains wrapped around it. The entire pagoda was pitch black and ghastly. Above the door to the first floor were 2 blood-red words, "Dimensional Prison." and on either side of the door was a row of blood-red words that seemed like they were meant to be a form of poetry. On the left, the heavens, the earth, the demons and gods shall be trapped within. On the right, the Tao, destiny, and all immortals shall be imprisoned within. Suddenly, the black pagoda shook, and then 9 beams of light that were of different colors shot out from the pagoda. A solemn expression practically instantly appeared on all 3 of their faces, and then all of them shot at the pagoda with swords in hand. The end. Invaders thoughts. Hi everyone. Thanks for staying with me in ASD until the end. I hope you had an awesome ride. I know I did. It's been a great 5 years for ASD, and it's been almost 6 awesome years of translating here on WW for me. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, perhaps temporarily. They'll be focusing on game translations for now. I've been taking small jobs for the last year, and I feel it's about time I try to see if I can go beyond web novels and make a career out of translating. Anyway, feel free to shoot me a message on Discord for whatever reason. Until we meet again, Invader. Chapter 31:18 Gue Yun appears on stage. Chapter 31:18 Gue Yun appears on stage. You aren't human anyway, so who cares? Just wait. When I get back, I will destroy your flower butterfly school. After killing young Master Wuji, Long Chun was in an excellent mood. So, he replied to the flower butterfly patriarch before being sent out. Boss, that was amazing, exclaimed Bai Shaola worshipfully. Young Master Wuji's death was truly relieving. It really was satisfying. That bastard finally met his retribution, said Lu Mingxian. Long Chun had won, smoothly advancing into the top 128. He then checked on Bai Shaola's opponent. Seeing that it wasn't a supreme existence, he said goodbye and went into seclusion once more. After killing young Master Wuji, he directly left, not even watching the upcoming battles. It caused quite a few people to wonder if his heavenly flame prison had resulted in some kind of backlash that he needed to recover from. The reason they guessed this was due to just how powerful it was. Young Master Wuji was extremely powerful, but he had still been trapped and could only await his death. For such a strong skill to have a backlash was normal. What they didn't know was that as long as Long Chun summoned Hualong, he could instantly capture young Master Wuji. However, the reason he had done this was to mislead people, making them think that the Heavenly Flame Prison was not such an easy move to use. Before unleashing the Heavenly Flame Prison, he had stealthily spread flame runes into every corner of the martial stage. Once it was saturated, he unleashed the technique, trapping young Master Wuji. Back then, young Master Wuji was on the stage and couldn't see it, but the experts watching from outside would have been able to tell. This was something that Long Chun had intentionally shown them just to avoid exposing Hualong's power. Hualong had already grown to an absolutely terrifying level. Even Long Chun was shocked. It was now growing increasingly familiar with the immortal world's laws, so it could use flame divine abilities almost instantly. An insignificant young Master Wuji wasn't worth him exposing Hualong. Long Chun then returned to his residence safely. He didn't need to worry about his safety in Silver Moon City because the Huayan Trading Company was now in charge, and no one dared to kill him here. Although the Huayan Trading Company was a commerce business, they also possessed immense martial power. Their wealth was growing alongside their martial force. If you possessed only wealth and no martial power, there was no way you could survive in the immortal world. Thus, Long Chun wasn't worried about the Flower Butterfly Patriarch's reprisal in Silver Moon City. As expected, Bai Shishir, young Master Changchuan, and Bai Shaola easily passed. Bai Shishir and young Master Changchuan relied on their immense power, while Bai Shaola relied on his eyes. Just as Long Chun said, Bai Shaola's eyes were monstrous. When his spatial energy activated, space-time was thrown into chaos to the point that others couldn't even touch him. Once they were trapped, they could only admit defeat. Up until now, no one had managed to find a way to break the 3 flower pupils. Countless people envied this divine ability, so no one wanted to end up matched against him. While Bai Shishir, young Master Changchuan, and Bai Shaola easily passed through, Luo Shui didn't pass so smoothly. She had exchanged injury for injury with her opponent, just narrowly managing to pass. The opponent was one of their enemies and extremely ferocious. Hence, Luo Shui brushed up against death multiple times. Just watching her fight made Luo Bing and the others' hearts clench. But ultimately, it was Luo Shui who won. They had all managed to get into the top 128. If they won the next battle, they would obtain a huge reward. According to the information distributed by the Huayan Trading Company, this reward included immortal crystals, medicinal pills, secret tomes, weapons, etc. Anything you wanted, you could pick yourself. This was a huge opportunity, particularly for Luo Shui. Despite the Luo family's reputation, their disciples were not freely given wealth to squander. So, Luo Shui didn't have a single treasure item. As long as she passed the next round, she could select a treasure item for herself. Because of this, she immediately consumed a medicinal pill to heal in preparation for the next round. Unexpectedly, the one to fight after Luo Shui was actually Ku Wuya. But even before he stepped onto the stage, his opponent directly admitted defeat. Ku Wuya probably won't be fighting for a few rounds now, sighed Luo Bing. Everyone nodded. Ku Wuya was absolutely terrifying. The way that he had used his physical body to receive the attack of a treasure item had shaken everyone. No one wanted to match up against him. Gue Yun has appeared. After Ku Wuya, the next one was Gue Yun. But this time, Gue Yun's opponent didn't immediately give up. Clearly, he was extremely confident in himself to dare to fight him. It's too bad that Longchen isn't here. It's a rare chance to see Gue Yun fight, said Luo Ning. Boss can't be bothered to waste his time on that. Well, watch for him, said Qin Feng with a smile. He truly understands Longchen. He never wasted his time investigating his opponents. That's Zhou Changfeng, the Moonlight Manor's young master. He awakened his primal bloodline at the age of 16, and his wind element power allows him to strike like the wind and move like lightning. No wonder he dares to fight Gue Yun. He specializes in speed. I heard that this person has been attacked by multiple assassins of the Bloodkill Hall, and he killed them all. This is probably why he dares to challenge Gue Yun, said Lu Mingxian, checking a jade tablet in her hand. Where did you get this information from? Asked Qin Feng. Lu Mingxian rolled her eyes. Naturally, I bought it. Do you think someone would just give it to me? When did you buy it? Why didn't we know? Asked Luo Bing with a hint of suspicion. Aya, you are all foolish. There are people specifically selling information. I can just buy a single jade tablet, and when I see someone I want information on, they'll just pay the money, and the report will appear on the tablet, said Lu Mingxian. Bai Shishir said, We're not foolish. It's just that we don't have your money. We can't compare to your Lu family's wealth. Hee, what do you mean my Lu family? You have half the Lu family's blood in you. You don't have money because you're stubborn. Your grandfather offered you money, but you rejected it, said Lu Mingxian. I'm ignoring you. Bai Shishir turned away, not wanting to discuss this matter. On the martial stage, Zhou Changfeng had taken out a saber. It was translucent, and when it appeared, a wind manifested on the stage. This was a wind attribute divine weapon that perfectly matched him. This treasure item could only unleash its full potential in his hands. Although many people had appeared on the stage with a treasure item, not one of them was capable of unleashing the full power of a treasure item. That was due to them having clashing natures, or being unable to activate their treasure item's potential. Gue Yun, your Bloodkill Hall has gone too far. Do you think that no one dares to fight you? The Bloodkill Hall has attempted to assassinate me 7 times, but I've killed all those assassins. I also killed 5 pieces of trash from the Bloodkill Hall on the martial stage. Today, they'll show everyone that the Bloodkill Hall's reputation of being assassination gods is dog's hit. In front of my speed, you are all trash, shouted Zhou Changfeng, pointing his saber at Gue Yun. It seems that you specialize in speed? Then it might be interesting. A faint smile appeared on Gue Yun's plump face. As the barrier between them vanished, Zhou Changfeng instantly disappeared from his location and appeared behind Gue Yun. What speed? Everyone was shocked, and even Bai Shishir was moved. She had never seen such speed. Chapter 3119 The Terrifying Gue Yun. Chapter 3119 The Terrifying Gue Yun. Zhou Changfeng's speed was shocking. By the time that they saw him move, he was already behind Gue Yun and attacking. Gue Yun's body was cut in two, but no blood came from his neck. After that, people clearly saw two Gue Yuns, and the second Gue Yun was holding Zhou Changfeng's head. What? Zhou Changfeng's headless corpse collapsed. The instant that his head was cut off, the flame of his soul was extinguished. He was already dead. At that moment, the first Gue Yun vanished. It had happened all too fast. The real Gue Yun was already standing behind Zhou Changfeng by the time he attacked. So the first Gue Yun was nothing more than an afterimage. What kind of speed is that? Bai Xiaola felt a chill. With that kind of speed, he wouldn't even be able to activate his 3 flower pupils before being slain. We didn't even see his weapon, said Lu Mingxian, her voice quivering. This Gue Yun was absolutely terrifying. Zhou Changfeng was a wind element expert with shocking speed. If she were to encounter him, she would definitely be at a disadvantage and unable to keep up with him. She might even be slain in one move. Such speed, such a sharp attack, they were all nothing in the face of Gue Yun. He cut off Zhou Changfeng's head just like that. Zhou Changfeng was fast, but Gue Yun couldn't even be described as just fast. This kind of movement art didn't even make sense. It was absolutely bizarre. Who could block such a thing? It seems that your speed was too slow. Gue Yun loosened his grip, and Zhou Changfeng's head fell to the ground. A generation's expert died just like this, leaving everyone deathly silent. Many people knew of Gue Yun. Their elders had warned them to admit defeat if they encountered him. They didn't like it, but their elders sternly warned them that anyone who didn't listen would be expelled. Hence, those that encountered him had no choice but to immediately admit defeat. However, when those people saw Gue Yun fight, they blessed their luck. Many experts had also thought about testing themselves against Gue Yun if they encountered him. Now, they felt a chill. Gue Yun wasn't tall. He was also a bit pudgy. However, this seemingly slow fatty actually possessed such terrifying speed. Someone who could make Imputa break his word and accept him as another final disciple can't be ordinary. This is normal. Don't worry, whether it's Gue Yun or Ku Wuya, they will definitely end up fighting against my boss sooner or later, said Qin Feng. Imputa naturally wouldn't take someone ordinary as his disciple. You aren't worried for your boss? Asked Lu Mingxian. What is there to worry about? Just remember that boss is unrivaled. You're worried for him because you don't understand him. Boss is truly low-key. He hides his true power deeply. These two fellows will probably be able to force boss to take out his real power. Just wait to watch a good show, said Qin Feng with a laugh. He had followed Long Chen for many years and truly understood him. Thinking of how he would get to see Long Chen go all out again, he felt his blood heating up. Seeing Lu Mingxian and the others actually worry about him, he particularly wanted to see their shocked expressions. To use Guoran's words, I like to see your expressions the most when you realize just how small the world that you've seen is. Although Qin Feng had absolute confidence in Long Chen, Lu Mingxian and the others didn't quite dare to believe it. Whether it was Ku Wuya or Gue Yun, they were both so powerful that they exceeded the limits of humanity. They were monsters. I just hope that I don't encounter someone like that in my next match. Otherwise, my path to the top 100 will be cut off. Luo Shui bitterly smiled. Other than Ku Wuya and Gue Yun, there were also that zither woman and the woman who could activate heavenly Tao energy without forming hand seals. She would have to directly admit defeat upon encountering them. She didn't even wish to fight a bit with them. Moreover, there were also others that she didn't have much confidence against. Since there were no longer any weaklings, every victory would come at a price. After the 2 days of fighting, they were given another day of rest before the martial stage was open once more. Only then did Long Chen come out of seclusion. When he came out, Bai Shi and the others were shocked by his appearance once. They felt a sharpness from him that made him seem like a sword that had been unsheathed. What have you been doing lately? How is your aura changing so much? Asked Bai Shi. Long Chen's aura had been changing so much that it felt foreign. I've been researching a heaven-defying battle skill. Just now, I finally managed to figure it out. It can't be considered mastered yet, so I still have that aura on me for now, said Long Chen with a smile. His mood was particularly good now. After repeated tests, he finally managed to figure out a way of integrating the first form of split the heavens with the immortal world's laws. He had tested it inside of him, and although there were some minor flaws, he was definitely capable of using it. The will of split the heavens was also manifested. It was sharp and domineering. He would need some time to retract it. Let's go. Today's the day to decide who gets into the top 64. Hopefully, the 5 of us can all get in, said Bai Shirshir. If only. Luo Shui knew that Bai Shirshir was referring to her. That was because as long as Bai Shirshir, Long Chen, young Master Changchuan, and Bai Shaola didn't encounter a few select people, there would be no suspense. Only she had to pray. Don't feel too much pressure. It's not like you're the main force of the Luo family either. It's not on you to carry this burden. You also don't need to worry about the Luo family's future. I guarantee with my life that the Luo family's future will only improve. Long Chun patted Luo Shui's shoulder and grinned. Other than Luo Qingyang, Long Chun felt particularly close to the other members of the Luo family. He didn't know if it was a bloodline connection or something else, but in any case, if Luo Bing, Luo Ning, or the others had some difficulty, he would use his life to protect them. Luo Shui smiled and nodded. This simple smile from Long Chun instantly made her feel less pressured. Lu Mingxian curled her lips. Hee, you're going too far. Why do you act so intimate with her but not me? Dirty God. Long Chun glared at her. There was no saving this woman. It always felt like her words led to some trap. Long Chun and the others once more came to the martial stage. They received an exceptionally intense cheering from the High Firmament Academy's disciples. When Long Chun smiled and waved at them, the cheering grew even more intense. Zhongling, Zhongxiu, Li Kai, and the others in particular shouted until their throats were sore. Long Chun and the others had all entered the top 128. The academy hadn't gotten such a good record in many years. Furthermore, everyone could tell that whether it was Long Chin, Bai Shirshir, or young Master Changchuan, they were still holding back. They could definitely continue going for a higher ranking. The lots were once more drawn. Long Chun and the others' tablets flashed. Ha ha ha. When Long Chun saw his opponent, he couldn't help raising his head and laughing. Chu Shuang, Bai Shirshir and the others checked and also smiled. Long Chin's luck really was good. It seemed that his wish had come true. Chapter 31 20 World Blood / Chapter 31 20 World Blood / Haha, I didn't encounter any of those monsters. I can get into the top 64, exclaimed Bai Shaola excitedly. He was full of confidence since he saw that his opponent wasn't Gue Yun, Ku Wuya, or one of those monsters. Bai Shirshir, young Master Changchuan, and Luo Shui were also lucky enough to not encounter any supreme experts. Other than that, Luo Shui was now relaxed enough to fight without such a heavy sense of burden. Be more cautious, or the entire boat will flip, said Long Chun when he saw Bai Shirshir looking expressionless. You're the one who should be careful. Bai Shirshir rolled her eyes at him, immediately understanding that he was teasing her. Hee, I'm not the one who needs to be careful. It's those fellows from the Chu family who should be careful, said Long Chun. The martial stage was quickly activated. The Huayan Trading Company wasn't carrying out all the extra formalities and such that wasted time. They were holding this convention simply and directly. This stage would decide who got an ample reward, so everyone would be going all out. Millions of experts had been winnowed down to these few people, and not one remaining competitor was a weakling. This wasn't just for the reward. It was for the glory of themselves and the glory of their sections. The competition had been made fair thanks to Long Chun, so they naturally had to go all out. If it was like past conventions, then the ones in charge would secretly twist things so that certain experts that could have gotten into the top 100 would run into monsters like Ku Wuya and Gue Yun. Like this, they could eliminate the participants and keep the rewards for themselves. Furthermore, even if outsiders did manage to get to this point, after so much fighting, they would probably be injured or not in peak condition. They couldn't possibly handle a peak expert. However, due to the fuss that Long Chun had made, the Huayan Trading Company became the one in charge, and everything happened fairly. Now, everyone would be fighting for the rewards based on their power. This was a precious opportunity. Luo Shui's turn came quickly, so Long Chun gave her a thumbs up as encouragement. She then nodded and appeared on the martial stage. Her opponent was an exceptionally built man. His skin was dark, and his eyes were electric. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he summoned his manifestation. As a result, divine light flowed and dust filled the air. A manifestation of sand and dust covered his side of the martial stage in a layer of haze. "It's an earth element expert." Luo Qing's expression grew serious. All earth element experts had stamina and defensive power, so to defeat an earth element expert within the allotted time was very difficult. Luo Shui also summoned her manifestation. The Luo family's primals didn't have the same manifestation, but there was one particular commonality. All their manifestations had violet qi within them. That was related to their bloodline. Legend had it that the Luo family's inheritance could be traced back to ancient times, a so-called violet bloodline from the Desolate Era. There was a legend that the Desolate Era's violet blood race was capable of destroying the heavens with a wave of a hand, of splitting the earth with a single finger. They were one of the first to control the heavenly Daos and condense magical arts. Their fame was only slightly inferior to the legendary Jili race. However, there was naturally a huge difference between the Luo family's violet blood and that legendary violet blood. Thus, the Luo family was not recognized as part of the violet blood race. They simply had some similarities. The legendary violet blood race definitely wouldn't be so weak. Even so, the Luo family's violet blood was still very powerful. The violet qi merged into heaven and earth, allowing them to replenish themselves with the power of the heavenly Daos. They were capable of fighting longer with this. Furthermore, the Luo family's cultivation techniques were specially developed to merge the power of their bloodline and heavenly Dao energy. It was a kind of cultivation style in between immortal and god cultivation. As Luo Shui was surrounded by violet qi, her blood qi soared. Her half of the martial stage was inundated with violet blood qi. One half of the martial stage was filled with dust and sand, and the other half was filled with violet qi. Only the central barrier separated them. At this moment, spatial rumbling shook the stage. It was a shocking sight. My mother is also part of the Luo family. Theoretically, my mother's bloodline is even stronger than my father's. So why don't I have any violet qi in my bloodline? Long Chun sank into thought. His mother was an expert from the immortal world, and he should have inherited her bloodline. But there wasn't the slightest violet qi in his body. Even if his spirit blood was taken, unless he died, such a powerful bloodline should have the ability to be reborn. Long Chun rubbed his jade pendant. The dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. Live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. He thought of the voices he had heard back then. His mother wanted him to live a peaceful life. She didn't want him to be drawn into the dangerous cultivation world. His mother detested this world full of killing and just wanted an ordinary life. Regretfully, life was just like that merciless hand that had taken everything from him. Even having escaped the immortal world, she was unable to escape fate. Their family of 3 was left in chaos. Boom. An explosion drew Long Chun out of his thoughts and back to reality. Luo Shui and the earth element expert had started fighting. At this moment, violet qi and heavy earth raged. A giant beast came out of the earth. It had 4 thick limbs and a long tail, and there was a tortoise shell on it. It looked to be a cross between an alligator and a tortoise. It opened its mouth, and a ray of dark gold divine light shot out. Inside that light, they could clearly see Luo Shui's opponent. He was borrowing that beast's power to launch himself at Luo Shui. A giant hammer then thundered toward her. Luo Shui's left hand was in a seal, while she slashed the sword in her right hand repeatedly. She unleashed 81 slashes, leaving a line of violet qi. Layering on top of each other, they formed a giant net. The violet qi was smashed apart by the hammer, but the hammer's speed was sharply reduced. When the hammer fell, violet qi burst out of Luo Shui. Her sword then struck the hammer and shattered. Although her violet qi had reduced the hammer's power, that hammer was a treasure item, while her sword was only a top-grade spirit item. As the difference was too great and she couldn't protect her sword, she was sent flying, coughing up blood. In that instant, her aura plummeted and her face turned as white as paper. Even the flame of her life weakened. Long Qin, Luo Bing, Luo Ning, and the others' expressions changed. Just at this moment, a cry came from Luo Shui. Violet Qi from the east, world blood slash. Luo Shue's pale face was heavy. She formed hand seals, and the blood that she had just spat out transformed into a sharp sword. At this moment, even her manifestation vanished. All the violet Qi was sucked into that blood sword, and it slashed toward her opponent like a violet streak of lightning. Chapter 31:21, Giving a Treasure Pill. Chapter 31:21, Giving a Treasure Pill. Violet Qi shook the heavens like thunder. The blood sword unleashed waves of brilliant swordlight and a divine rumbling as it slashed toward the earth element expert. Boom! Violet Qi exploded amongst the dust, striking the hammer. After that, the earth element expert's arms exploded, and he smashed into the barrier. Just at this moment, a violet blood sword rested on his neck. Luo Shui was so pale that her face had lost any rosiness. Even standing was difficult for her, but there was a determination in her eyes that shook people's hearts. You've lost. The earth element expert's expression was extremely unsightly. It was the difference of just a single move. It wasn't that he was weaker, but that he wasn't as ruthless as her. Luo Shui had accepted an injury from his attack after weakening it through her violet sword qi and sacrificing her sword, all to condense her essence blood into a killing blow. As for himself, after using that thunderous attack, he hadn't had the power to receive her counterattack. He looked at Luo Shui. She had clearly used up everything. Just standing there was taking everything she had. If he attacked her now, he would definitely be able to kill her. But he shook his head and sighed. Fine. A defeat is a defeat. Thank you for not killing me. This person could count as not bad. He directly admitted defeat. Although the reward was important, people still had to have a sense of shame. They were then sent out of the martial stage. Luo Shui returned with an excited expression, but she staggered, unable to even stand. Luo Bing needed to support her. All of them were excited, but Long Chun was speechless. The Luo family's disciples truly viewed the family's glory too importantly. Even their own lives were unimportant in comparison. He had already told Luo Shui not to risk her life, but she had still done so. Although she had won, the price was truly immense. It might even affect her future cultivation. In Long Chen's view, this was extremely not worth it, but Luo Shui felt like she had profited. Luo Bing took out a medicinal pill for her, but Long Chun grabbed it, leaving them stunned. He sighed. Why did you have to go all out like this? Is the reward really worth it? Your essence blood is now severely deficient, and even your spirit root is affected. An ordinary medicinal pill contains some pill toxins that are usually negligible, but if you consume one now, the pill toxin will affect your spirit root and your future cultivation. Long Chen tossed Luo Bing's high-grade pill aside like it was trash. He then took out a case and opened it. After that, a dense medicinal fragrance assaulted their noses. There was a pill the size of a longan fruit inside. Runes flowed on top of it like they were swimming. Upon seeing it, everyone's heart pounded. Top-grade spirit pill? Even Lu Mingxian cried out in shock. This top-grade spirit pill's medicinal energy has been perfectly sealed inside. The Dao runes on top of it even seem to possess their own spirituality. This is truly rare. You have some experience, but a top-grade spirit pill's Dao runes are not so spiritual, said Long Chen. Heavens, don't tell me that this is a legendary treasure pill? Lu Mingxian covered her mouth, looking at him in disbelief. Long Chun didn't reply. He only took out the pill and gave it to Luo Shui. Eat it. Your foundation won't be harmed. However, it will take at least 3 days to fully recover, and you cannot fight anyone during this time, so there's no way for you to participate in the next round. I can only do this much. Senior apprentice brother Long Chun, this is too much. I can't accept. Luo Shui looked at this incomparably precious treasure pill. She didn't have that much of a relationship with Long Chen. They had only met due to the family's orders. She had never seen a treasure pill in her life. Actually, she hadn't even seen a top-grade spirit pill. But she knew that a treasure pill was something that countless people would never get a glimpse at in their entire lifetime. Accepting such a thing would be too much of a favor. Don't be so wishy-washy. Just treat it as me becoming your big brother. A big brother won't just watch as his little sister is injured. So many people are watching, So don't make them laugh, said Long Chun, glancing at Luo Ning. Luo Ning understood and directly received the pill and sent it into Luo Shue's mouth without giving her a chance to decline. In her weak state, she couldn't even refuse. After she consumed it, they were shocked to see blood return to her white face. Even her blood chi and exhausted soul instantly recovered. No wonder treasure pills were so precious. This effect was something that they couldn't believe. Luo Shui had been like a lamp about to be extinguished, but this one pill made her recover to at least 50% in just a moment. I, Luo Shui wanted to express her thanks, but she didn't even know what to say. When she opened her mouth, her voice was choked with sobs. Don't be so emotional. This thing might be a treasure to others, but it's nothing to me. You've recovered to 50% and your injury has stabilized. But that's just an outer appearance. You need to focus on recuperating during this time and lock down the medicinal energy, said Long Chun. Luo Shui gratefully nodded her head and sat to the side to rest. In any case, being able to get into the top 100 already satisfied her. After getting into the top 100, other than the top 3, the rewards were the same. Hence, there was no longer any need to go all out. Big brother Long Chun, if a treasure pill is nothing to you, how about you give one to me too? You are my dear big brother. No, my dear grandpa. Just give me one, please. Lu Mingxian pulled on Long Chen's hand. Go over there. Suddenly having this dirty woman hold his hand gave him goosebumps. He immediately snatched his hand out of her hold. That speechless expression of his made everyone laugh. So Long Chun also had something that he feared. The competition continued. After 8 rounds, Long Chen's tablet lit up. Brother Sand, be careful, said Mu Qingyun. Long Chun would fight against Chu Shuang. However, he didn't seem to care about his opponent at all, as if the latter was just a rabbit he was about to kill. Mu Qingyun was worried that he was being careless. You should have that Chu fellow be careful. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. Just how could she worry about his boss? Long Chun was sent onto the martial stage, drawing out thunderous cheering from the crowd. They were finally witnessing him fight again. Chapter 3122 Heavenly Flame, Azure Rainbow Flame. Chapter 3122 Heavenly Flame, Azure Rainbow Flame. I really don't understand. When did this fellow get so popular? Seeing countless experts cheering for Long Chun, Lu Mingxian was a bit curious. There were even many men cheering for Long Chun. You don't understand boss charisma. In the mortal world, our boss was the most brilliant existence in the world. Regretfully, boss started to conceal his light when he came to the immortal world. So you don't know just how outstanding he is. Boss has an irresistible charisma that makes people willing to follow him into battle and die 100 deaths without regret, said Qin Feng as he looked at Long Chen's back. You're bragging. I don't believe you, said Lu Mingxian. I also didn't believe it at the start. Qin Feng shrugged. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't continue. So Lu Mingxian couldn't help asking, what happened afterwards? Afterwards, everyone in that world believed it. Under boss lead, we fought in the battle that destroyed the entire world. In that battle, mountains of corpses piled up and rivers of blood flowed. The entire world collapsed. Many people died. At this point, Qin Feng thought of the dragon blood warriors that had died in that battle. Upon thinking of how they had fallen one by one, pain flashed through his eyes. Perhaps it is because of that battle that boss reserved his light and covered up his charisma. But when he encounters a strong opponent, he'll have to show his unrivaled air again. Just wait. Mu Qingyun and the others had also heard Long Chun mention the battle that had destroyed their world. But neither Long Chen nor Qin Feng seemed willing to discuss it further. They were fiercely curious. Long Chun, I've let you be arrogant for a long time. It's finally time to take your life. Do you have any final words? Chu Shuang's appearance was nothing special, but his voice was extremely resounding. He formed hand seals, and divine light appeared behind him. Within that divine light was a cluster of flames. The cluster of flames started at the size of a palm, but as he spoke, they rapidly grew. By the end, they were a sea of flames that twisted his side of the stage. The barrier covering the martial stage shuddered. Countless runes then lit up and covered the barrier. Heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's forcing the martial stage to strengthen its defenses. The battle hadn't even started, but the martial stage was already strengthening its barrier. That showed that the power of this flame was threatening its formation. Look, the martial stage is starting to melt. A startled cry rang out. As those flames raged, the bricks of the stage began to melt, leaving people dumbfounded. Half the martial stage became a pool of lava as the flames melted the bricks. The intense heat that came through the barrier left people shaking. They were all worried that the barrier would burst and the heat would strike them directly, turning them into cooked pigs. Within the sea of flames and lava, a rainbow streak appeared. That's rank 197 of the Heavenly Flame rankings, the Azure Rainbow Flame, shouted an experienced expert. As expected, those three fellows are up to something. Bai Shirshir looked into the distance. Chu Gon, Chu Run, and Chu Zhan were all covering their bodies with black blankets. That appearance was a bit strange. They were most likely forming hand seals under the blankets. They really do have a combination technique to cheat through the formation. Chu Gon was almost killed by Long Chan last time, but they activated it at the last second. It seems that their true target is Long Chun, said Luo Qing. Before this, she had felt some doubt. After all, none of them had seen the Chu family's experts do anything. However, she had still listened to him. The main reason was because the family had told her to form a good relationship with Long Chen. After all, they owed him a huge favor, so as long as it didn't betray her principles, she didn't mind conceding. Just because he had said so, Luo Qing had given up on fighting, losing her chance to advance. Although she hadn't said anything, she didn't like it. However, seeing this, she was now sure that he was correct. Long Chun, have you been scared stupid? You can't even speak? What happened to your heroism during the Dao discussion convention? Sneered Chu Shuang. All the spectators had been focused on Chu Shuang when they saw him summon a heavenly flame. Now they once more turned toward Long Chun. They now saw that Long Chen's expression was a bit odd. It seemed almost happy, amiable, as if he was seeing a treasure. In truth, the instant Long Chun saw Chu Shuang summon the Azure Rainbow Flame, he almost laughed. Was the Chu family intentionally sending him a gift? Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough, or he would have cried out in joy. He had always been thinking of how to obtain more heavenly flames to strengthen Hualong, but heavenly flames were too precious and difficult to obtain. Although the High Firmament Academy had heavenly flames, they were treasures of the Pill Institute. When he asked the Seven-Star Elder, he was informed that they were so precious that the Institute head viewed them more importantly than his own wives. Unless someone had made huge contributions to the Academy or the Pill Institute, there was no way to obtain them. The Institute head would rather have you carve out a piece of his flesh than part with a heavenly flame. But now, Chu Shuang had taken out the incomparably precious rank 197 heavenly flame in front of him. Long Chun no longer felt right cursing him, so he didn't respond to Chu Shuang's provocations. After all, this was someone sending him a gift. Fine, fine. I'm rarely so kind. Leave behind the Azure Rainbow Flame, and I won't make things hard on you. You can kill yourself. After pondering for a moment, Long Chun sighed and waved his hand a bit unwillingly. Lu Mingxian almost reeled. After hesitating for so long, just as she thought he was coming up with some marvelous verse, he actually said such a thing. Even the spectators looked at each other oddly. Just what was Long Chun doing? Was he afraid? His words were odd. No, that wasn't in accordance with his wild and domineering manner, was it? Just at this moment, the barriers separating them vanished. Chu Shuang raised his head and laughed. With death at hand, you're still in the mood to joke? Foolish fellow, I'll show you my true power. Chu Shuang's hand seals changed, and the lava transformed into flame drakes that attacked Long Chen. Chapter 31 23-9 Dragon Space Sealing Formation. Chapter 31 23-9 Dragon Space Sealing Formation. Just as the sea of lava rumbled, Chu Shuang vanished. He appeared far in the distance. It seems that you're afraid? If you're this afraid of dying, you shouldn't have even come, said Long Chen, ignoring the sea of lava and instead gazing contemptuously at Chu Shuang's caution. In truth, Chu Shuang was correct to do this. Long Chen's ephemeral movement technique was truly frightening. Once Long Chen approached him, it would be dangerous. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen would simply stand there, quietly looking at his display. Chu Shuang felt a burning sensation on his face. "Idiot! If you're not afraid of dying, why don't you just go die?" roared Chu Shuang. "I want to, but the heavens refuse to accept me, and hell rejects me." "I can't do anything about it," said Long Chen, shrugging helplessly. Even at such a time, Long Chen was so confident. The sea of lava had already surrounded him, and he had lost the initiative. But seeing Long Chen looking down on him, Chu Shuang was enraged. However, he was also delighted. He had prepared many backups precisely because he was worried about Long Chen escaping his control. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was cooperating with him. The sea of lava quickly spread, leaving only a small space around Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're very arrogant, but you'll pay a huge price for that arrogance today. You have confidence in yourself, but have you heard that those who drown are people who know how to swim? As for those with tough mouths, they are all beaten to death for them." Chu Shuang had easily summoned a sea of lava that spanned the entire martial stage. His confidence soared. Standing on the sea of lava, he sneered at Long Chen. "There's no need to say any meaningless words to stall for time. Am I not cooperating with you perfectly for your arrangement? Don't fart out of your throat. Unleash any technique you want. I'll let you unleash your ultimate attacks, and I won't even interrupt you. As for why, it's because Boss San is just that arrogant. Use any move you wish." That big fellow and the fatty both showed their power. I was planning on being more low-key, but I gave those two too much face. Boss San doesn't dislike arrogant people, but I do dislike people who are more arrogant than me. Today, no matter what move you use, I won't stop you. I will show them that in front of the boss, they can't act like a badass. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back. An uproar exploded amongst the spectators. Was the big fellow and fatty that he was referring to Ku Wuya and Gue Yun? Was he challenging the two of them? Ku Wuya had already used his physical body to block the attack of a treasure item, shocking everyone. He had also challenged Long Chen. As for Gue Yun, he hadn't challenged him, but from his gaze, it seemed that it was because he didn't even care about Long Chen. Now Long Chen was borrowing Chu Shuang to slap them in the face. Upon looking from the sea of lava and surging drakes to the completely indifferently arrogant Long Chen, cheers erupted from the spectator stands. Long Chen was actually challenging two terrifying experts. As spectators, they all looked forward to seeing a marvelous battle. Even people who didn't like him cheered just to instigate Ku Wuya and Gue Yun's anger. In any case, they weren't the ones risking their lives. Thunderous cheering erupted. Whether it was sincere or fake, in any case, the cheering shook the stage. Long Chen had ignited their passions so easily. "Idiot, who do you think you are? You won't have that chance. You will die here." Chu Shuang was so angry that his nose was bent askew. Long Chen was actually treating him as a tool to grow his own fame, treating this battle as a performance for challenging Ku Wuya and Gue Yun. That was an absolute insult to him. In his fury, Chu Shuang began to form hand seals. The lava instantly grew active. One moment, Long Chen suddenly raised his hand. "What? Do you have some final words?" sneered Chu Shuang. However, his hand seals continued, albeit a bit slower. Long Chen curled his lips and disdainfully said, "Is there something wrong with your head? The flame runes still aren't fully saturated. If you attack now, it will affect how your power multiplies in a bit. You must fully saturate your flame runes before the first attack in order to establish the foundation when you add in your heavenly Tao energy. Don't worry, they'll just stand here and give you plenty of time. I'm not in a rush, so why are you? If I didn't want you to unleash your full power, I'd have slapped you to death right at the start. Then wouldn't I be laughed at by those two fellows? Who do you think Boss San is?" scolded Long Chen. "You." Chu Shuang was enraged, but also shocked that Long Chen had seen through his ploy. His flame runes were hidden under the lava so that no one could see them. He did this to allow those flame runes to bait heavenly Tao energy like fish bait. It was to draw out heavenly Tao energy for a terrifying attack. Just as Long Chen said, those flame runes hadn't reached their full potential yet. They were about 80%. The reason he wanted to attack now was partially due to Long Chen's instigation, but also because he felt that this would be enough to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen had seen through it, shocking him. All his ploys were seen through, so he felt an indescribable unease and fear. Don't worry, to tell the truth, against the Chu family, there's no need for me to use any sinister plots. You can freely unleash all your power. They'll show those two toads at the bottom of a well that the world is far greater than they know. Boss San's power isn't something ants like you can imagine, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you really are arrogant. Since you're so confident, I want stand on courtesy. Don't kneel and beg for mercy in a bit. Chu Shuang laughed furiously. Chu Shuang's hand seals changed. At this moment, the raging sea of lava settled and the flames in the sky vanished. The sea of lava covering the martial stage was as quiet as the surface of a lake. But hidden behind that calmness was a terrifying energy. Chu Shuang's body began to quiver. Veins throbbed on his forehead. Right now, strange runes flickered within his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the sea of lava exploded. Giant flame drakes flew out of the sea, roaring. So you've taken out your heavenly flame seeds. Seeing those 9 flame dragons, Long Chen couldn't suppress his excitement. Within his body, Hualong was roaring with excitement. 9 dragon space sealing formation. Chu Shuang roared, and his hand seals once more changed. The 9 dragons flew at Long Chen from 9 different directions. Chapter 3124 Your Dad Caught in a Jar. Chapter 3124 Your Dad Caught in a Jar. 9 giant flame dragons roared and charged at Long Chen. Their power caused the martial stage to shudder. Even the people outside the barrier felt suffocating pressure. This power. People were shocked. What kind of magical art possessed such immense pressure? Who could endure such a thing? All right, let's do it. But don't be hasty. If he sees through it, you won't get to eat your fill. Hualong was already filled with a sense of urgency, while Long Chen pretended to form hand seals with one hand. In reality, he had no idea what these seals were. Countless runes appeared around Long Chen. Those were dragon-shaped runes that formed a defensive barrier around him. Following that, the barrier instantly spread and crashed into the 9 dragons. Boom! Countless flame runes erupted, and lava raged like a tsunami, crashing against the stage's barrier. Startled cries rang out from the spectators. If the barrier was broken, they would be doomed. Fortunately, the barrier only quivered a few times before settling. Looking within, they saw the 9 dragons biting the giant sphere of flame runes. The sphere shuddered, but its runes circulated, blocking the charge of the flame dragons. You only have this little bit of power? You really disappoint me. Long Chen shook his head at Chu Shuang. Chu Shuang sneered, Idiot. Do you realize that you're definitely dead today? Do you know what these 9 dragons are? I really don't. Seeing that Chu Shuang was stalling for time, Long Chen intentionally acted curious. These 9 flame dragons are my heavenly flame seeds. Through 3 generations of my Chu family's experts nourishing them, they finally awakened their spirituality in my generation. They are my core flame, my life flame. Do you know what that is? Long Chen almost got angry. This fellow's way of stalling for time was terrible. He cursed, Fuck, do you really think I'm an idiot? You think I don't know what a life flame is? Shut your mouth. I'll say it for you. You wish to say that a life flame can be considered a split body for you, due to it having your spiritual seal. Then using this sea of lava as a vector, you will summon the power of the flames of the 10,000 Das. After that, the 9 flame dragons will absorb that energy and unleash endless power. Under your control, the 9 flame dragons will use their killing blows, and I will be your dad caught in a jar. Is that right? Just as everyone was seriously listening to Long Chen's explanation, the last thing that he said, subverting the common expression of a tortoise caught in a jar, came so suddenly that people couldn't help laughing. The tense atmosphere instantly came undone. Brother San is always like this. Mu Qingyun covered her mouth as she laughed. Luobing, Luoning, and the others were the same. For Long Chen to act like this, they knew that everything was under his control. There was no need to worry. Just at this moment, countless translucent runes appeared, flying into the barrier from every direction and merging into the sea of lava. Those translucent runes contained powerful flame auras. Once they merged into the sea of lava, they vanished. As for the sea of lava, it began to boil, its flame energy growing even denser. Boss San's words were correct. It's all going as he said. As expected of the champion of the Tao Discussion Convention, his eyes have long since seen through everything. Is there anyone still doubting Boss San's skills? Do their faces not hurt? Countless disciples sighed in amazement when they saw things going just as Long Chen said. The reason why they liked to watch Long Chen fight was precisely because they wanted to see his fighting corroborate what he had said during the Tao discussion. After all, principles and reality were not always in accordance. Only when they were in accordance could people truly comprehend them. Regretfully, before Long Chen, no one who participated in the Tao Discussion Convention also participated in the martial Tao discussion, either because their Tao principles were nothing more than words on paper, or they were simply too old. So what if you know? Didn't you still fall into my trap? Said Chu Shuang while feeling shocked that he had been seen through. Fallen into your trap? Do you think that this counts as a trap? This is nothing more than a game that a 3-year-old would play. Use any technique or scheme you want. Don't tell me that these little fish are your trump card. If that's the case, you've really disappointed me. Ignoring everything else, if I just maintain this defensive barrier, you won't even be able to break it. This is the Chu family's 4 heroes? Are you trying to be a joke? Said Long Chun disdainfully. Naturally, this barrier was created by Hualong. As the 9 dragons tore at it, Hualong absorbed their power. In order to not be exposed, Long Chun told Hualong only to absorb the power that they unleashed and not their core energy. If only the energy that they emitted was absorbed, Chu Shuang would only feel that it was a trick of the defensive barrier. Hualong was now absorbing the power of the azure rainbow flame. Although it wasn't as much as if Hualong absorbed the flame dragon's core energy, things were progressing well. After all, although Hualong was powerful, the strongest flame within it was only the Scarlet Spirit Flame, ranked 573 on the Heavenly Flame rankings. Chu Shuang's azure rainbow flame was almost 400 ranks above it. The difference was immense. But even though Chu Shuang's flame controllability was quite marvelous, these 9 heavenly flame seeds couldn't control themselves as perfectly as Hualong. Despite having awakened their spirituality, they were still in a hazy state and didn't know how to control their power. They could only attack using the most primitive styles. Hualong would find it very difficult to directly devour them, considering the power disparity. Even then, it would need to handle them fighting back as it devoured them. It would need to fall into slumber to digest their power. To lose such a powerful trump card at this critical time would be terrible for Long Chen. So what Long Chen wanted was to devour the azure rainbow flame's power and immediately be able to control it. Let me see how long your mouth can stay so tough. You have no idea what my true trump card is. What are you doing? Raged Chu Shuang suddenly. Chapter 31:25, Silently Profiting. Chapter 31:25, Silently Profiting. Long Chun had taken out a recliner and was holding a ceramic wine cup. He then lazily leaned back against his recliner, seemingly enjoying the afternoon sun. That appearance of his infuriated Chu Shuang. He was actually treated as nothing more than empty air. Even in this battle, Long Chun was in the mood to drink wine. This was the greatest insult to him, even worse than someone shouting curses. As for the spectators, they were dumbfounded. What level of disdain and apathy was this? Luobing and the others were also shocked. On the other hand, Chu Shuang was going crazy with rage. As the mortal enemy of the Chu family, for the first time, I'm feeling a trace of sympathy for the Chu family's people. This doesn't count as betraying the family, right? Luoning covered her mouth and laughed. Chu Shuang was quivering with rage. His face was so twisted that it wasn't even possible to see his original appearance. It shouldn't count. I'm also feeling a bit of sympathy, laughed Luo Shui. Long Chun, you go too far. Chu Shuang raised his head and roared. Feeling like he was going to explode, he wanted to charge straight through the barrier and bite Long Chen to death. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to approach Long Chen. Based on the information that he had, he knew that approaching Long Chun signified death, so he could only hide in the distance. What are you shouting for? Your Chu family is most skilled in using sinister traps, right? Just keep going. They'll only put up this one barrier. If you can break it, you will be qualified to fight directly against me. Otherwise, don't even bother. Long Chun leaned back, staring at the amber wine in his cup. He couldn't even be bothered to look at his opponent. You! Chu Shuang exploded with rage, but just as he was about to change hand seals, Chu Ren's voice rang out from the depths of his soul. Don't rush. Let him be arrogant for now. Continue wearing down the power of his barrier and accumulate your own power. Once you've raised your attack power enough, launch the killing blow. Blow him up along with his barrier. The Chu family's 4 heroes had come prepared. They actually weren't given special treatment from Silver Moon City, so the reason why they could chat and support each other even through the formation was because they had 4 Faith Divine Beads. Through the Faith Divine Beads, they were capable of transmitting their energy and information. However, their goal was to kill Long Qin by Shirshir, as well as the Luo family's heavenly geniuses. Unfortunately, Chu Gan had been too arrogant in his fight against Long Chun, saying that he wouldn't use their combination techniques unless he was going to be defeated. As a result, by the time he wanted to use it, it was already too late. Fortunately, they managed to save his life at the last moment. However, their trick was seen through by Long Chun, and they hadn't managed to use it again. Today, they immediately joined forces against Long Chen. All 4 of them had linked up their energy through the Faith Divine Beads. However, they had yet to use that power yet. They didn't know if this combination art had been seen through yet, but they hoped to keep it secret so that they could use the same method to kill by Shirshir later. Chu Shuang slowly calmed himself down. Thinking about it, Chu Ran was correct. Why bother quibbling with a dead person? So, he slowly formed hand seals, causing countless runes to gather from outside the barrier into the sea of lava. The 9 dragons continued to bite at Long Qin's runic barrier. Runic chains appeared and bound the runic sphere, making sure that Long Chun was tightly bound. However, Long Chun completely ignored Chu Shuang's actions. He seemed to be contently savoring his wine. Despite how powerful the 9 flame dragons grew, they were nothing more than large oafs. Huolong was easily capable of duping them. As time passed, Huolong absorbed more and more of their energy, strengthening itself. The most laughable thing was that if Huolong wanted to digest the Azure Rainbow Flame's core energy, it would require quite a bit of effort. But Chu Shuang was saving the Azure Rainbow Flame's core energy, and so he was using Heavenly Dao Flames to support his flame dragons. As a result, those Heavenly Dao Flames became the perfect nutrients that helped Huolong absorb the Azure Rainbow Flame. Clearly, Chu Shuang was worried that Huolong wouldn't be able to absorb his flame and was helping out. It was to the extent that Long Qin didn't even feel good about provoking him further. Luo Bing and the others did start to feel some worry upon seeing endless flame runes gathering into Chu Shuang's lava, but seeing how confident Long Chen was, they pushed their worry aside. After the top 128 were decided, the time limit was essentially removed. It was mostly there to prevent someone from stalling and interfering with the convention's rhythm. However, the top 128 were true experts. Everyone wished for their battles to drag on so that they would get to see more. Unfortunately, the majority of these experts preferred to beat their opponents in the shortest time, so victory or defeat was often decided in just a few moves. It was rare for a battle to take more than an incense stick's worth of time. Since there was no time limit, Long Chun couldn't be bothered to stop things. Huolong continued to absorb the flames. However, seeing Long Chun not summon a manifestation or even enter a battle state, quite a few people were sweating for him. Once his barrier was broken, the terrifying attack would crush him before he could summon a second defense. Time passed quickly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, but his barrier was still holding solidly. There wasn't the slightest sign of it breaking. However, suddenly, the sea of lava surged. The 9 flame dragons blazed with divine light. Die! The silent Chu Shuang suddenly roared, and an immense power erupted out of the 9 flame dragons' mouths. Boom! The aura of the 9 dragons instantly grew by several times, and Long Qin's barrier began to rumble. Chu Shuang's sudden attack caused everyone to jump. As the 9 dragons pressed down on it, Long Chen's barrier quivered intensely. The slumbering Long Chen was woken. Long Chen, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Die in your terror and regret. Chu Shuang sneered as he could sense Long Chen's barrier weakening. The 9 dragons were crushing it. Oh, you must have another big move, said Long Chen. Of course. Just watch. Chu Shuang raised his head and laughed. After rapidly forming hand seals, a divine statue appeared behind him. A flame rune then lit up on his forehead. At the same time, an identical rune lit up on all 9 flame dragons' heads. The martial stage sank. Long Chen's defense instantly became covered in cracks, causing by Shir and the others' expressions to change. Chapter 31:26 Easily Killed. Chapter 31:26 Easily Killed. Haha. Long Chen, you're too naive. My heavenly flame seeds require my heavenly flame spirit to unleash their true power. Moreover, with Lord Brahma's divine statue supporting me, the flames of the 10,000 Daos are mine to control. You cannot escape your death any longer. As Chu Shuang laughed, the divine statue behind him glowed. All the flame energy within heaven and earth grew active, and even the spectators felt like the surrounding space was about to ignite. Their souls were roasting. As for the 9 flame dragons, as they bit at Long Chen's defensive barrier, cracks covered the entire barrier as if it might shatter at any moment. However, within the barrier, Long Chen didn't show the slightest bit of panic. This barrier can absorb the outside world's energy to repair itself. As long as it isn't instantly broken, it will constantly restore itself. If you don't believe me, just look. Just at that moment, everyone saw some of the cracks fade. It really was restoring itself. However, this wasn't it restoring itself. It was just Hualong acting. Hualong had condensed the core energy of the azure rainbow flame, and flames that were of the same nature had great difficulty harming each other. Hualong was just acting according to Long Chen's instructions, faking that the barrier was near destruction. Unless you destroy my barrier in one blow, it's meaningless. Long Chen stood up from his recliner and stretched nonchalantly. He didn't seem the slightest bit concerned. The cracks on the barrier were slowly fading. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the barrier was fully restored, shocking everyone. You really are naive. They'll show you my true killing blow. Chu Shuang sneered and pressed his hands together, chanting some scripture. As the chanting rang out, flame runes appeared within heaven and earth. They flooded into the sea of lava. As a result, the sea of lava grew explosively along with the martial stage. The 9 flame dragons also grew with it. It's the Nirvana scripture. Startled cries rang out. The Nirvana scripture was known as the number 1 flame element sutra of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the strongest of all flame element techniques. It was famous to the extent that only a few people had not heard of it. With the support of the scripture, all the flame energy within heaven and earth fell under his control. As a result, Long Chen's barrier once more became covered in cracks. One of the dragon's teeth even pierced through it. Bastards! They're cheating. Suddenly, a startled cry split the air. Everyone followed where that person was pointing to see that Chu Gan, Chu Zhan, and Chu Ran were also forming hand seals and chanting. A rune had appeared on their foreheads as well. The blankets covering their movements had been blown apart, revealing their actions. Chu Shuang was using too much power for them to help him without anyone noticing. They're joining forces to kill Boss Long San. Despicable. A flagrant violation of the rules. Long Chen's barrier became riddled with cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Just at that moment, a flame spear pierced through the back of Chu Shuang's head. The rune on his forehead was shattered by the spear. Chu Gan, Chu Zhan, and Chu Ren's heads all exploded at the same time. This sudden change made everyone jump in shock. After that, the barrier around Long Chen vanished. A dragon roar then rang out, and a flame dragon flew out, opening its mouth. Like a whale taking in water, it sucked in the 9 flame dragons and the sea of lava, as well as that crumbled rune on Chu Shuang's forehead. The martial stage returned to its normal appearance with the loss of the sea of lava. With a thud, Chu Shuang's headless corpse fell in front of Long Chen's feet. Everyone, including Bai Shishir, was stunned. Long Chen had not just killed Chu Shuang, but he had even slain Chu Gon, Chu Ren, and Chu Zhan at the same time. It was sudden and bizarre. Looking at the corpse at his feet, Long Chen shook his head. So sorry, I forgot to tell you that my flame control is not inferior to anyone. How does it feel to die to your own heavenly flame? Originally, Long Chen had been planning on killing Chu Shuang openly. However, when Hualong gained control over the azure rainbow flame, it also became capable of controlling the sea of lava's power without Chu Shuang even noticing. Furthermore, absorbing so much energy caused Hualong's intelligence to rise. Although it still hadn't reached the point of transforming, it had recovered the majority of its spirituality from the martial heaven continent. Long Chen then had Hualong try using its energy through the sea of lava in preparation for a killing blow. But due to linking with the other three, Chu Shuang's sense of danger had grown muddled. He didn't even realize that Hualong had gained control over his domain. Just as the four of them began to chant the scripture together, Hualong attacked, killing the main body, Chu Shuang. When the main body suddenly died, their combination technique was broken. As a result, the terrifying manifestation brought on by the Nirvana scripture lost its balance, and the backlash took 3 of their lives as well. Everything was within Long Chen's calculations. No one understood Nirvana scripture better than he did. The only difference was that he was supposed to be the one to launch the killing blow, but it had been switched to Hualong. A trivial difference. As a result of this, no one else knew what technique he had used to kill the 4 of them. It gave him an extra layer of mystery. Furthermore, he also saw Ku Wuya and Gue Yun's expressions change ever so slightly. They hadn't managed to see through the clues. It'll scare them to death. Long Chen sneered inside. Would they continue to act badass now? Just then, Long Chen was sent out of the martial stage. He hadn't even had to do anything, but the 4 heavenly geniuses of the Chu family were dead. There was no clapping this time, only a silent fear. In comparison to Ku Wuya and Gue Yun's 1-blow kills, Long Chen's no-blow, 4-kill result was far more stunning. Boss is mighty. Qin Feng was the first to congratulate Long Chen. In comparison to the other people's shock, he didn't find it odd at all. No matter what happened, when it came to Long Chen, it wasn't that surprising. What did you use to kill them? Despite knowing that she shouldn't ask, Lu Mingxian couldn't help herself. I didn't do anything. He simply killed himself. My guess is that they had some enmity between them, so he dragged the 3 of them along with him. Come, let us pray for them. In truth, I don't feel like they were that bad, said Long Chen solemnly. Screw off. Only a ghost would believe you. Lu Mingxian rolled her eyes. Actually, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. Long Chen returned to his seat and looked inside the primal chaos space, wanting to see how Hualong was. However, when he looked inside, his body quivered. An expression of wild delight appeared on his face. He almost jumped out of joy. Chapter 31:27 Heavenly Tao Fruit Reappears. Chapter 31:27 Heavenly Tao Fruit Reappears. Heavenly Tao Fruit. Inside the primal chaos space, the heavenly Tao tree that had been silent for a long time had borne fruit once more. There were now 4 fruits on its branches. The heavenly Tao tree was the source of the Dragon Blood Legion's rise. Without it, the current Dragon Blood Legion wouldn't exist. It had completely changed their fates. Upon entering the immortal world, the heavenly Tao tree's fruit had vanished. It was listless, as if it was dead. However, today, a new light appeared on its leaves. This change made Long Chen take a second look, only to find that it had borne fruit. Long Chen, are you all right? You're frightening me. Seeing Long Chen start shaking as soon as he sat down, and adding on his strange expression, Lu Mingxian couldn't help asking him if he was all right. I'm fine. Long Chen waved his hand, indicating for them to continue watching the battles. His mind then sank into the primal chaos space. These 4 heavenly Tao fruits should belong to Chu Gon, Chu Zhan, Chu Ren, and Chu Shuang. It seems that killing primals will result in heavenly Tao fruits, and will also nourish the heavenly Tao tree. I really have profited this time. The Dragon Blood warriors can all become primals. Hee hee, the Dragon Blood Legion will definitely shake the entire world once more. Long Chen's blood heated up, and he wanted to find all the Dragon Blood warriors once more. At that time, who could stop them? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Long Che laughed. This laugh disturbed by Shir and the others who were watching the competition. You've gone crazy. Lu Mingxian stared at Long Chen, almost so disturbed that she took out her weapon. You can keep watching. Qin Feng, come with me. Long Chen left with Qin Feng. In a private room, Long Chen gave him a heavenly Dao fruit. Boss, this heavenly Dao fruit. Qin Feng jumped in shock. The heavenly Dao fruits had left a deep impression on him. It was these fruits that had changed his fate. Now that they had reappeared, his heart pounded. Now he knew why Long Chen was so emotional. This heavenly Dao fruit meant that his fate was about to change once more. Eat it and see what happens. It'll guard you. Long Chen was even more impatient than Qin Feng. He urgently wished to know if this heavenly Dao fruit could do what he was imagining. Qin Feng nodded and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He devoured the fruit in just a few bites. After that, his entire body instantly grew flushed, as if he was being boiled. An incomparably vast energy then swelled within his body. His clothes blew apart. Countless blood vessels then bulged throughout his body like thin, crawling serpents. It was a frightening appearance, but Qin Feng's expression was good. With his blood vessels bulging, it was almost possible to see inside the vessels. Runes were flowing through them. His skin then split open, and blood leaked out. The process was very painful. An ordinary person would definitely be screaming. However, to the Dragon Blood warriors who had experienced countless heavenly tribulations that had tempered their meridians, this was nothing. Qin Feng was quickly covered in blood. It then formed scabs that covered his entire body before starting to fall, revealing new skin. His blood vessels once more bulged, and his new skin split open and bled. It then scabbed, fell, and was reborn again and again. It was like a butterfly breaking free of its cocoon. It was repeated rebirths. Long Chen could clearly sense Qin Feng's blood qi strengthening with every rebirth. After 7 sheddings, Qin Feng's blood qi had risen to a level that shocked Long Chen. Long Chen grabbed Qin Feng's arm and sensed the new power of his physical body and nodded. Boss, am now an awakened primal. Qin Feng clenched his fists excitedly. Feeling the endless power flowing within his body, he wanted to find some experts to fight against. It's too bad. If I had known that killing primals would condense heavenly Dao fruits, I would have killed a few primals on the way here. Long Chen sighed. If Qin Feng had consumed a heavenly Dao fruit earlier, he wouldn't have been eliminated from the competition. Hee hee, it's fine. It'll conceal my power and give them a nice surprise at a critical time. Qin Feng was very satisfied. He didn't care about the competition as what he pursued was power. Long Chen nodded. Take care to cover up your blood qi. Occasionally dressing up like a pig to eat the tiger is fun. Long Chen then continued checking Qin Feng's body and couldn't help frowning. Curious. The 4 of them had flame energy in their bodies. You consumed their heavenly Dao fruit, but there's not even the slightest flame energy fluctuation. In the mortal world, the heavenly Dao fruits could be differentiated by their element, but the 4 heavenly Dao fruits he had just obtained had no such differentiation. There was no way to tell who they had come from. Qin Feng's physical body was powerful. On the martial heaven continent, he had walked the path of the body cultivator. Hence, his blood qi had now grown to an astonishing level. Even in the 9 prefecture convention, only a few primals could match his current blood qi. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. Were the immortal world's heavenly Dao fruits based on each person's talent? If that was the case, then he really had profited. Regretfully, he didn't have more people to test it on. He could only wait for a chance. After all, primal heavenly Dao fruits were extremely precious, and he didn't want to waste them. Qin Feng had just awakened his primal bloodline, and his fluctuations weren't completely steady. Because of that, Long Chen told him to rest for a few days to grow accustomed to it. It would be best if no one realized the difference in his aura. Qin Feng went into seclusion, while Long Chen returned to his own room. It took him a long time to settle his emotions. Primals were those that had made a further breakthrough from their own ancestors' powerful bloodlines. Only someone who could condense special bloodline runes could be called a primal. As for Qin Feng, he was originally nothing more than an ordinary person from the mortal world. But the heavenly Tao fruit had allowed him to easily awaken a primal bloodline. This heavenly Tao fruit was a heaven-defying treasure. Ah, that's right. I forgot to check on Hualong. Long Chun clapped his forehead and hastily checked. Big brother. He was delighted to find Hualong in a sea of flames. Moreover, Hualong was actually capable of speaking. Good. You're not that far from transforming now. How are you? Asked Long Chun. Hee, I've profited this time. That fellow gave me all his power, and it's also very easy to digest. I should be done with it in one day, said Hualong. Hee, good. With you, I'm even more confident in this martial Tao convention. That golden dragon scale will definitely be mine. Long Chun clenched his fists, his confidence soaring. Hualong's intelligence had recovered. Together, the two of them would be able to cooperate even better. Chapter 31:28 Liao Yuhuang. Chapter 31:28 Liao Yuhuang. This battle benefited Long Chun immensely. It was because Hualong had gained control over the Azure Rainbow Flame. The Azure Rainbow Flame was wasted in Chu Shuang's hands. Although that fellow was talented, his flame control could only be called immature. It looked mighty, but its actual killing power could not be brought out. However, in Hualong's hands, it was different. Hualong was a flame's spiritual body, and it could unleash the full potential of the Azure Rainbow Flame. Other than the Azure Rainbow Flame, there were also the 4 heavenly Tao fruits. With them, Long Chen saw a bright and open path in front of him. He would continue building the Dragon Blood Legion into the immortal world's #1 legion. This time, the Chu family's people had been sending him a gift, and Long Chun simply couldn't refuse. In comparison to this gift, even those 2 treasure item arm bracers felt somewhat insignificant. Time passed. It was only after 5 days that the next round to cut down the 64 experts to 32 started. This was because after the top 64 were decided, there was another round for those that had been eliminated previously to fight for a spot in the top 100. This would decide who would get the rewards, so it took some time. When everyone returned to the stage, cheering once more exploded when Long Chen arrived. Last time, even when the Chu family's people had been cheating, he had used some unknown method to kill all 4 of them. At that time, they were too stunned to cheer. Perhaps they wanted to make up for it now, so today's cheering was particularly loud. This time, Long Chun waved his hand and cupped his fists toward those people to express his thanks before walking to his spot. Previously, the frontrunners for the champion position were Ku Wuya and Gue Yun. However, people had to re-evaluate this 9 prefecture convention. Other than Ku Wuya and Gue Yun, there was now a dark horse in the form of Long Chun. The power that he had displayed was not inferior to theirs. Furthermore, there were also several other powerful experts. Amongst them, Long Chen's side took up 4 of them. Up until now, Bai Shishir had only displayed her manifestation. No one could counter her metal energy, and just her manifestation alone was enough to make her opponents admit defeat. Hence, she had yet to reveal her true power. Young Master Changchuan was the same. It was unknown who had spread news of him previously fighting Ku Wuya, but this news shook everyone. Adding on that he came from a life-forbidden area, people felt an even higher level of regard for him. As for Bai Shaola, he was the greatest marvel. No one had yet to counter his 3 flower pupils. Anyone who fought with him could only sigh sadly. His spatial energy was impossible to break free from. However, among the 4 of them, people were not so optimistic for Bai Shaola compared to Long Chen, Bai Shishir, and young Master Changchuan. People felt like he was almost cheating. Bai Shaola's 3 flower pupils truly did feel like his only strong point. But real experts had to be strong in all aspects. Just having one move wasn't enough to make you an expert. Furthermore, Bai Shaola appeared too immature and was not steady enough. He didn't have that domineeringness of an expert. Although his 3 flower pupils were strong, against true experts, he might be countered. Other than them, 2 other figures drew the most attention. One was the Zither woman from the Zither sect, while the other was the mysterious one who seemed to have merged with the Tao. She was capable of using heavenly Tao energy without forming hand seals or chanting. From the start, no one had managed to even approach the Zither woman. In the end, they all admitted defeat. As for the other woman, she was never forced to use a second move against her opponents. Even powerful primals were defeated, sometimes without even realizing how they had lost. These two had yet to reveal their true power, making people feel like they were unfathomable. Many experts were guessing just who would ultimately take the champion's crown. With so many powerful competitors, everyone grew even more excited to watch the matches. After all, the majority of these people had come to gain experience. By watching such high-level battles, they could learn something that matched their own style. In the past, everyone had essentially known who would win by the time the top 100 was decided. There was no suspense. However, this time, it was truly a fight between powerful experts. No one dared to say just who would win. Hence, the entire island was covered in an air of suspense. This was definitely the most marvelous 9-prefecture convention that people could recall. We've entered the top 64. Boss, give me your blessing. Let me not encounter those monsters. Bai Xiaola prayed as he saw the lots being picked. How are you going to follow boss like this? Demanded Qin Feng. This fellow was too childish. He had such an amazing divine ability, but he was like a novice. Qin Feng, it seems that your aura has changed. Did you make a breakthrough? Asked young Master Changchuan. Hearing this, Bai Shishir and the others checked and found that Qin Feng's aura did seem a bit different. But they were unable to tell what exactly was different. I've fought many battles lately, and under boss guidance, I've gained some new comprehension of the martial Tao. There was a definite increase in my mental realm. This 9-prefecture convention has truly benefited me, said Qin Feng. In just a few days, Qin Feng had condensed his own bloodline runes and could control his bloodline power. However, no matter how he concealed himself, the feeling of controlling this absolute power still changed him. His gaze, his confidence, they all changed the air around him. Young Master Changchuan and the others had sensed this. Just then, Long Chen's tablet lit up. Long Chen looked and didn't recognize the name, so he felt indifferent. However, just then, the name of his opponent became dim, which indicated that his opponent had admitted defeat. They couldn't even be bothered to set foot onto the stage. Long Chen laughed. It seemed that killing those 4 fellows from the Chu family had frightened quite a few people. Even in the top 32, people were still admitting defeat directly. Bai Shishir and young Master Changchuan were both calm. Their opponents weren't Ku Wuya, Gue Yun, or those 2 women, so there was no suspense. However, when Bai Xiaola saw the name on his tablet, he almost wept. Everyone quickly looked. Liao Yuhuang. Chapter 3129, Xiaola Admits Fear. Chapter 3129, Xiaola Admits Fear. Liao Yuhuang. That was the name of the woman from the Zither sect. The name was a bit strange and not one for a woman, but it was precisely due to this that it was easier to remember. Of course, Xiaola had also memorized it. He had memorized the names of all those he considered monsters. Every time the lots were drawn, he would cover up his tablet and look at the characters one by one. As soon as he saw that their surname was different, he would relax. It was like he was gambling with his tablet. However, today, his luck wasn't good. As expected, whatever you feared would happen. His opponent was Liao Yuhuang. Xiaola, it's your turn, said Lu Mingxian. How can this be? In the 7th match, exclaimed Bai Xiaola, in a panic as he tried to think of how to win. People in the first 6 matches all admitted defeat, said Lu Mingxian helplessly. Just at this moment, Bai Xiaola's tablet began to flash. It really was his turn. In order to win the match to get into the top 64, many people had ended up putting everything on the line. Because of it, they were still injured. Whether they were 64th or 4th, it made no difference to them as the rewards were the same. Hence, they forfeited because they had no intention of getting into the top 3. The first 7 matches at the start, including Long Chen's, all had people directly admit defeat, allowing their opponents to easily pass. Everyone was now much clearer about the power of their competitors. Hence, if their power was equal, there was no need to go all out against them. If their opponent was too strong, then there was no point in even going on stage. Right now, Bai Shaola was transported to the stage. When he saw the zither woman, he almost wept, but he thickened his face to greet her. Hello, beautiful zither big sister. Junior brother Bai Shaola has come to learn a bit from senior sister due to boss orders. If senior sister could give me some pointers, junior brother would be endlessly grateful. I hope senior sister will give face to my boss and have some mercy and not make junior brother's loss too ugly. Boss said that he would personally treat big sister to a meal after the convention is over. What nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing? Long Chun was speechless. When did this little fellow get such a smooth mouth? Ah, it really is a case of people stained black by the environment. Even this innocent child Shaola has learned to spout insincere guilt words, said Bai Shishir indifferently, clearly implying that Bai Shaola had learned the wrong things from Long Chun. Your boss is Long Chun, correct? Liao Yuhuang smiled at Bai Shaola. Yes, it's him. I know that I can't beat you and wanted to admit defeat. But boss said that a beautiful and kind woman like you won't kill me. Most importantly, he said that exchanging blows with you will benefit me endlessly. So I hope for some pointers, said Bai Shaola, exceedingly courteously. Hearing that, Long Chun suddenly came to an understanding. Even before Bai Shaola's 3 flower eyes were activated, he had possessed the power to see through a person's power. It was precisely due to this that he had taken Long Chun as his boss. This was Bai Shaola's innate talent. He had definitely sensed something, which was why he was being so courteous to Liao Yuhuang and acting inferior. This way, Liao Yuhuang would definitely have mercy, and there would be no danger even if he was defeated. It seemed that he really did have some smarts. Junior brother is too courteous. Your 3 flower pupils are manifested from an immemorial divine art. It is filled with endless profundities. Who would dare to be so arrogant as to say that they could give you pointers? However, your 3 flower pupils have just awakened, and your usage is still rough. There are too many flaws. Against an ordinary expert, it's fine. But against supreme experts, when your pupil arts change, you leave yourself open to having your life taken. All right, since Brother Long is willing to say such a thing, I will embarrass myself. Just then, the barriers separating them vanished. Bai Shaola had long since prepared his manifestation. Hence, at this moment, an illusory image appeared behind him. It was a pair of giant eyes. This manifestation was not a primal's manifestation because Bai Shaola had not awakened a primal bloodline. When those giant eyes appeared, it was as if the heavens had set their gaze on Liao Yuhuang. Space around her layered, as if the world was thrown into chaos and heaven and earth had been displaced. Liao Yuhuang's body quivered slightly. After that, she rested her hand on her zither strings. With a single note, an invisible sound wave shot out, restoring the chaotic world. What? All the experts that had previously fought against Bai Shaola were shocked. They had all been defeated by this move. It had to be known that when Bai Shaola activated his pupil art, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. Left and right, front and back, up and down, there was no way for them to tell the direction. They might try to charge at Bai Shaola, only to find themselves getting further and further away. It was a feeling that had driven them mad. However, Liao Yuhuang instantly broke this technique. How could they not be shocked? Bai Shaola seemed to have expected this. Hence, his hand seals changed, and 3 flower petals appeared in his giant eyes. The 3 flower petals then began to revolve. The martial stage instantly changed. It quivered and swayed. Suddenly, the floor of the martial stage became the roof, and the feeling of spatial displacement made people nauseous. Those who had fought Bai Shaola began to vomit. It was as if they had returned to that terrifying nightmare. The world was spinning around them. Now that the martial stage was fully activated and battles were fought one by one, the martial stage drew people in, making them feel as if they were inside as well. This was very beneficial to their comprehension. It was even said that in the final clash, people would be able to freely choose between the viewpoints of the final fighters, as if they were the ones fighting. However, due to being drawn in, quite a few people felt so terrible that they had no choice but to close their eyes and stop watching. Space layered and inverted. Now, bolts of lightning streaked through the air, and giant wind blades whirled through space. As for Bai Shaola himself, he had vanished, leaving only those giant eyes. They were like the eyes of a god. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground, blasting it apart. This made everyone jump in shock. This isn't an illusion? Just as they thought that this spatial chaos was nothing more than a kind of illusion, a physical attack appeared. After that, zither music began to ring out and ripples spread. This inverted, chaotic world then began to settle. Wherever the music passed, a calm world followed. Big sister, be careful. I'm going to use one of my ultimate moves. Bai Shaola's voice rang out. Suddenly, space twisted and sharp swords rained down on Liao Yuhuang from every direction. How is that possible? Upon seeing those swords, countless people were filled with disbelief. Chapter 31, 30 Fully Convinced. Chapter 31, 30 Fully Convinced. These endless sharp swords rained down on Liao Yuhuang. Moreover, every sword possessed a different element. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness. Every kind of energy rained down. How can one person control so many kinds of energy? Everyone was shocked to see these endless swords. This simply wasn't possible. Furthermore, every sword possessed a powerful aura. They were no illusions. Bai Shaola is this powerful? His pupil arts can control this many kinds of energy? Luo Bing and the others were also shocked. Even after knowing him for so long, they hadn't realized that he possessed such power. In theory, it's possible. Pupil arts stemmed from the desolate era's Heavenly Eye race, one of the most mysterious primitive races. It's said that the Heavenly Eye race isn't even human. They're a natural divine race. Their eyes are miniature versions of the Heavenly Das, and they are capable of using all forms of power within the Heavenly Das. Legend has it that one branch of the Heavenly Eye race ended up marrying the human race, resulting in the human race inheriting those pupil arts. The Heavenly Eye race was enraged when they learned of this and directly wiped out that branch. It is said that they even pursued the descendants of that bloodline, but for some reason, the Heavenly Eye race suddenly vanished. Records about them exist only in legend, and any documents related to them are extremely muddled. There's no way to tell what's true or false. Pupil arts were originally called Heavenly Eyes in the Desolate Era. The translations of the human race's records say that they are the eyes of the Heavenly Das. When cultivated to the pinnacle, they can manifest the Heavenly Das and rewrite the workings of the universe. They can control the cycle of life and death. The Heavenly Eye race is too mysterious, and it can't even be confirmed that they ever existed. But there is one thing that can be said. Their pupil arts are capable of controlling every kind of natural energy. For a normal person, using even just clashing powers like water and fire could instantly cause them to lose their life. But Shaola possesses the power to use every element. Even I envy him, said Long Chun. Shaola possesses this kind of unrivaled energy? Doesn't that mean that he can beat Liao Yuhuang? Asked Mu Qingyun, feeling even more excited for Bai Shaola. Foolish girl, how many times have I told you that there is no such thing as an unrivaled power? Within the endless Tao, there are always counters. No matter how great Shaola's talent is, it's useless. His opponent is not such a weak figure. Furthermore, this fellow has no brain. Long Chun shook his head. Everyone was startled, not understanding why Long Chun would suddenly evaluate him as having no brain. Just as the countless swords pierced toward Liao Yuhuang shook her head and sighed slightly. She suddenly rested her zither on her knees and played it like a pipa. 5 notes rang out. After that, those swords rotted and crumbled into nothingness. For a moment, everyone could only stare in dumbfounded silence. Just what had happened? How could such a terrifying attack just dissipate like smoke in the wind? Those 5 notes rang out clearly, and the spatial twisting vanished. The hidden Bai Shaola also appeared, staring in shock at her. Liao Yuhuang said, "You have such an enviable divine ability, but you don't know how to use it. You can only unleash the most shallow power of the 3 flower pupils. Spatial displacement is only the entry to the 3 flower pupils. But even this technique isn't being used properly by you. Although space looks to be in chaos, time is not. giving it the appearance but not the killing power. Furthermore, when you used so many kinds of energy to attack me, it looked frightening on the surface, but all those energies were clashing with each other. Even an ordinary primal would only be scared when attacked. Power isn't something where the more there is, the better. To increase the quantity by reducing the purity is a great taboo of cultivation. You should choose the kind of energy that you like and specialize in it. That way, you will be able to go further. Hearing that made Long Chun nod his head. As expected, cultivators of the music Tao all had high mental realms. She instantly saw through Bai Xiaola. When it came to Bai Xiaola's power, Long Chun didn't want to give him too many pointers. Now still wasn't the time. He had just awakened the 3 flower pupils, and his mental realm was still adrift. Having him suffer a bit now wasn't a bad thing. The other experts in the stands all nodded inside. Liao Yuhuang possessed a noble air, and she didn't give off any hint of arrogance or darkness. It was a feeling that made others like and respect her more. Many thanks for your pointers. Junior brother is fully convinced. Bai Xiaola bowed deeply toward Liao Yuhuang. You should still have more moves, no? Are you admitting defeat already? Asked Liao Yuhuang curiously. Bai Xiaola shook his head. Using them would be meaningless. The difference is too great. Big sister, you've seen through all my moves. If we continue, I'm afraid my confidence will shatter. Although Big Sister is nice and helped me resolve my misunderstandings, I'm afraid that my current heart can't endure the impact. Hee, thank you. You're even nicer to me than my real sister. Bai Xiaola was then sent out. Long Chun was speechless. That final line of Bai Xiaola's was too much. Bai Shishi's expression was clearly dark. However, since her face was always icy, it wasn't that easy to sense. In truth, Bai Shishi did care about him. She just didn't want others to tell. Naturally, Long Chun had the wits to not expose her. After all, that was their family matter. Boss, I feel like I can properly cultivate now. I understand why you rejected me so many times before. Starting tomorrow, you'll properly cultivate with Boss, said Bai Xiaola. No, you still haven't found your reason to get stronger, so anything I taught you would be meaningless. You still wouldn't be able to become a true expert. Just wait. Your chance will come soon. Long Chun shook his head. Bai Xiaola was still not qualified to become an expert. Talent was only one part of it. Why? Demanded Bai Xiaola. Why ask? Boss told you to wait. So wait. Just remember that Boss always has a reason when he says something, said Qin Feng, pulling Bai Xiaola down and not letting him trouble Long Chun. Of the 32 matches, only 8 actually fought. The rest were all peacefully resolved. After today's competition ended, the next matches were decided immediately. Curiously, Long Chun, Bai Shishi, and young Master Chang Chuan's opponents all directly admitted defeat right on the spot. Once the lots were decided, the top 16 were basically formed. Every match ended before it even began with someone admitting defeat. Even the Huayun Trading Company's people were dumbfounded by this. Such a thing had never occurred before. After a discussion, they decided to directly draw the lots for the top 8. When young Master Chang Chuan saw the name of his opponent, his expression became tense. Ku Wuya. Chapter 31, 31 Long Chun versus Liao Yuhuang. Chapter 31, 31 Long Chun versus Liao Yuhuang. Young Master Chang Chuan actually ended up matched against Ku Wuya. Hence, everyone's heart clenched. Bai Shishi's opponent directly admitted defeat. But when they looked at Long Chin's tablet, they sucked in a cold gasp. The name on it was Liao Yuhuang, the unfathomable expert of the Zither sect. Bai Shishi and Gue Yun's opponents admitted defeat, so there were only 6 matches for the top 8. Do you have confidence? Bai Shishi spoke to young Master Chang Chuan for the first time. Young Master Chang Chuan's expression was grave. I'm probably not his match, but I'll do my best to force out his trump cards. Young Master Chang Chuan was also a true expert. He had even fought against Ku Wuya before. That battle had lasted thousands of exchanges before young Master Chang Chuan lost to Ku Wuya's curse. After Long Chun had pointed out the reason for his defeat, young Master Chang Chuan had felt that he could win. But Ku Wuya's power had soared. He was now capable of receiving the attack of a treasure item with his bare body. That was unbelievable. The only ones here were allies, so young Master Changchuan could only say the truth. He couldn't beat Ku Wuya. He could only unleash his full power and force out his trump cards. You should directly admit defeat, said Long Chen. Brother Long. Young Master Changchuan's expression changed. Long Chen waved his hand. I have no intention of looking down on you. If you know you can't beat him, don't fight him. Don't let all your sharpness deflate. In a fight between experts, the chances of winning by a surprise move are very low. In the end, you are competing with power. In a one-against-one, knowing someone's trump cards or not doesn't make much of a difference. Furthermore, your full moon race specializes in power, no? His poisons and curses are your perfect counter. Even if you were equally matched, you would be at a disadvantage. Every defeat to an expert will impact their sharpness. If you lose the same person twice, then even if you are mentally prepared, you will unconsciously form an instinctive fear toward experts of that type. That's not beneficial to your future cultivation. But I'm a bit unwilling to admit defeat just like this. Young Master Changchuan clenched his fists. He came from a mysterious life-forbidden area. If he admitted defeat here, it would be a loss of face. Long Chen smiled. Didn't you say that your people don't want you to go all out in this convention anyway? If you retreat now, you can just say that you're following their orders. But, what but? Listen to me. Preserve your power for when it's needed, said Long Chen. All right, they'll listen to you. Ultimately, young Master Changchuan chose to listen to Long Chen and admitted defeat. This caused an uproar. No one had expected him to admit defeat. They were disappointed. With Baishala defeated and young Master Changchuan admitting defeat, the High Firmament Academy's side only had Long Chen and Baishishir left. Once the lots were drawn, everyone returned to their residence. After one day, the battles restarted. The atmosphere was particularly tense now. Countless eyes were watching, and everyone was clutching a photographic jade, wanting to record every bit of the battles. Zhongling, Zhongxiu, and the others had long since arrived on the spectator stands. They all cheered when they saw Long Chen. All the High Firmament Academy's disciples cheered for Long Chen. However, their cheering wasn't as loud as yesterday. That was because his opponent was Liao Yuhuang. Liao Yuhuang had also won their respect and admiration. Now that the two of them were fighting, they didn't know who to cheer for. One of them would definitely be defeated. What they were most worried about was both of them being injured and unable to participate in the following matches. In the battle for the top 8, Baishishir, Gue Yun, and Ku Wuya directly passed. There were only 5 matches remaining. Long Chen and Liao Yuhuang were in the third match. The first match was between experts that they didn't know. This was a battle for the top 8, and both of these two primals unleashed divine arts and Dao techniques. This was an exceptionally intense battle. Neither side held back. It wasn't for the rewards but for glory. There was a huge difference between entering the top 100 and entering the top 8. If a sect's disciple could get into the top 8, then that sect's reputation would soar. As for the disciple, they would probably be set to become the future sect master. For example, if the Chu family's 4 fighters could have entered the top 8, then their reputation would soar, and they would be qualified to fight for the position of the Chu family head. In this world, there were 3 things that moved people the most: power, fame, and fortune. Any one of those things could drive a person crazy. After 2 hours, their high-tempo fighting gradually calmed down. Both of their auras were starting to drop. After one final exchange, both of them fainted. At this time, the Huayan Trading Company's people went on stage and evaluated their conditions. One of them was decided to have a bit more energy inside their body and lighter injuries, so they were declared the victor. However, that person's essence blood had been ignited to the end, so even in victory, there was no way that they could participate in the next match. The top 8 was the limit. Whoever matched up against them would be getting a free match. The second fight started. This time, one of them was that fiery, beautiful woman. Her opponent was also a very powerful primal who immediately summoned his manifestation and unleashed his full power. However, that beautiful woman only crossed her arms in front of her chest, her fingers dancing. After that, the earth exploded, and vines shot out of the ground, covering the entire martial stage. Her opponent had only just charged out when he was bound. His protective layer of qi and manifestation were both blasted apart by the vines. She's a wood element expert. Even Long Chun was stunned. This was her first time unleashing an elemental attack. The divine light on those vines even shattered that person's manifestation. It was unknown what kind of power that was. I admit defeat. Once he was bound, that person hastily gave up. As a result, the beautiful woman's hands slowly loosened, and they were both sent out. She once more won with a single move. Long Chun was then sent onto the stage along with Liao Yuhuang. Both of them stared at each other through the barrier, and the crowd fell deathly silent. This was a match between experts. All of them watched closely. Chapter 31-32 Musical Scale. Chapter 31-32 Musical Scale. As Long Chen and Liao Yuhuang appeared on the stage, everyone fell silent. Both of them were considered contesters for first place. Now that they finally met each other in the clash for the top 8, no one could predict who would win. "May I be so bold as to ask who came up with your name?" asked Long Chen. "It's my mother," answered Liao Yuhuang. "What a good name. It seems that your mother is not only skilled in the music Dao. Her mental realm must have reached an enviable level as well," said Long Chen. "No way. Boss is also going to suck up?" exclaimed Bai Xiaola in disbelief. Bai Xiaola had put on a humble appearance for fear of provoking Liao Yuhuang. He had known that she wouldn't kill him, but she could definitely have given him a miserable beating. Now, Long Chun directly praised her name. This kind of bootlicking was a bit too direct. What a coward. He fears the strong. He might put on a good show against a weakling, but he tucks his tail in between his legs when he sees a really strong person. That's right. Now everyone is seeing his true face. You were all tricked by him. This fellow doesn't have any ability. A fake hypocrite. Just like that Bai Xiaola, he becomes a coward as soon as he faces a real opponent, trying to worm his way into being friends. Long Chun, you've lost the face of all men. Hurry up and scram. In just a moment, quite a few people began to shout loudly. Unlike at the start of the convention when the martial stage's barrier blocked the outside world's influence, it was now possible to hear the people in the stands. But if someone in the top 8 could be influenced by some random shouting from the outside, they didn't deserve to be in the top 8. Brother Long gives me too much praise. But my mother can barely count as a big figure. She is in charge of the Zither sect's 17th branch sect. I'm curious, how did you know? Liao Yuhuang cocked her head at Long Chun, interested in how he had guessed this. Those people cursing Long Chun instantly shut their mouths. The one in charge of the 17th sect? Then wasn't that a sect master? No one had expected Liao Yuhuang to actually be the daughter of the Zither sect's 17th branch's sect master. That meant that she was truly a terrifying existence. The Zither sect was one of the 4 immemorial sects, and their Tao could be traced back to ancient times. Even the baptism of time hadn't interrupted its inheritance. Its foundation was shockingly profound. The 4 immemorial sects' history stretched back even further than the Bloodkill Hall. Although they were very low-key, they remained famous. Hence, for Liao Yuhuang to be the daughter of a sect master, it was no wonder that she was so powerful. Those people that had lost to her hands were fully convinced. It's very simple. From your name comes the Yu and Huang characters. They are taken from the 5 notes and 12-point scale. The 5 notes are Gong, Shang, Ju, Ji, and Yu. The 12-tone scale is split according to the Yin and Yang scales. The Yang scale has 6 tones, Huangzhong, Taiku, Gushi, Ruibin, Iza, and Wangxi. The Yin scale also has 6 tones, Dalu, Jiazhong, Zhonglu, Linzhong, Nanlu, Yingzhong. Your name comes from the end of the 5 notes, Yu, and the head of the 12-tone scale, the Huang from Huangzhong. The 5 notes as the foundation, with the 12-tone scale as a complement, are very compatible with the heaven and earth strings, thus implying using music to merge with heaven and earth with the 10,000 das. The zither has 7 strings. Other than the heaven and earth strings, of the 5, the Yu note is the most mysterious and profound. Furthermore, the Huangzhong tone is the head of the 12-tone scale, capable of peering beyond the heavens. A name like Yu Huang is one made to embody the music Tao. It is the very embodiment of the principles of the heavenly Das. When you see fate before you, it is as if you see a dangerous path in front of you and the way that you came behind you. You must always choose where to go. I will make a wild guess that your mother gave you this name because she wished for you to understand that true learning and experience can only come from struggling through this world. Liao Yu Huang's eyes widened. She had never imagined that Long Chun had such an understanding. As for the spectators, they were lost in the clouds, not even knowing what he was talking about. But it sounded reasonable. Is Boss really this amazing? He even knows these things? Exclaimed by Xiaola. Who do you think Boss is? He knows everything within heaven and earth. If you wish to follow Boss, you'll have to learn more, said Qin Feng with a smile. Just as everyone was staring in dumbfounded silence, Liao Yu Huang actually bowed to Long Chen. Junior sister admires brother Long's talent. I never expected you to have such accomplishments in music theory. I'd like to ask for some pointers from you. Long Chun returned her courtesy but shook his head. When it comes to music theory, I know merely the slightest bit. It can't count as any accomplishment. The only reason I know this little bit is because someone I know is a true expert in this regard. I have been influenced by her, and while I am unworthy of her music, even a foolish oaf like me can learn a bit over time. There's someone even more skilled than you? Then I'd like for you to introduce us. I would be endlessly grateful, said Liao Yu Huang. This lover of mine ascended at the same time as me from the lower plane, but we've lost connection since then, and I haven't found a trace of her in the immortal world. However, after ascending, I would guess that she would join your Zither sect. So I was actually thinking of requesting Fairy Yu Huang to ask around your sect to see if there is a newcomer named Ziyin. Long Chin's heartbeat quickened. However, he knew just how low this possibility was. If Ziyin had really gone to the Zither sect, there was no way that she would be some nameless disciple. With her talent and comprehension, she would soar. As expected, Liao Yu Huang shook her head. My apologies. Our branch sect doesn't have such a person. As for other branch sects, I can't say. The branch sects are spread far and wide and rarely interact with each other. We might not come into contact for thousands of years. I can report to the sect master when I get back to help you investigate, but you shouldn't raise your hopes. Even amongst our connections, there are only 4 branch sects that we have regular contact with. We are unable to reach the other branch section. Then thank Fairy Yu Huang for the effort. Now, when it comes to us, Long Chen rubbed his fists awkwardly. The barrier between them had already vanished, and Long Chen's meaning was clear. Now that they were done talking, it was time to get to business. Long Chen's goal was the Golden Dragon Scale. It didn't matter if his opponent was friendly, as that dragon scale had to be his. Liao Yu Huang smiled. Brother Long is very capable. I can tell that you view first place as something you must obtain. Normally, I should retreat here, but I also feel unwilling to do so. How about I instead play a song for you? Long Chen smiled. He understood her meaning. Ultimately, Liao Yu Huang wanted to test him. Liao Yu Huang then pressed her hand against her zither. A single note rang out, one that caused every expert's expression to change. Chapter 31-33 Liao Yu Huang admits defeat. Chapter 31-33 Liao Yu Huang admits defeat. The sound of the zither was different. It was now capable of piercing the clouds and splitting rock. It used to be soft and gentle, but now it contained dense, murderous intent. As the sound passed through the formation and entered their souls shuddered. Those with weaker spiritual strength felt a sharp pain, and they hastily circulated their full power to resist it. At this moment, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. How terrifying! She has yet to use even a fraction of her power in her previous fights. She always condensed swords with her zither strings to attack. But now her zither music directly attacks the soul. There's no way to defend against it. Before this, Liao Yu Huang had only used a single technique to beat her opponents. She only took out her real abilities when Long Chen appeared. We are protected by the barrier and at such a distance. So just how much stronger is this move on Long Chen, who is on the martial stage? Seeing how unaffected Long Chen was, they were unable to imagine just how he managed to survive. Long Chun stood there with his arms clasped behind him. He was like a respectful audience member, calmly listening to Liao Yuhuang perform. "I'll embarrass myself." Seeing that he wasn't moved, Liao Yuhuang suddenly switched to playing her zither with both hands. His fingers rapidly moved across her strings. Zither music began to ring out in earnest, and it was possible to see ripples spread from her fingertips. The entire formation shuddered because of this music. Teacups shattered amongst the spectator stands. At the same time, people felt their souls quivering. It was as if their souls were being pulled out. "Are you all right?" Startled cries rang out. They saw their comrades had blood gushing out of their eyes, noses, and ears, seemingly without even noticing. The spectator stands were quickly thrown into chaos. Just at this moment, an extra barrier appeared on top of the martial stage. Once it appeared, the pain in their souls instantly dropped. They then stared in horror at Liao Yuhuang. They had never expected that zither music could cause such a terrifying effect. If it wasn't for the formation, then other than a few select peak experts here, who could resist it? Too terrifying. I've long since heard that the zither sect is the head of the 4 immemorial sects, and that they all have ancient inheritances. But it's rare to see the zither sect's disciples roaming the world. Today, I'm finally bearing witness to their power. People sighed in amazement. Coming to watch this martial Dao convention had definitely been the right decision. Liao Yuhuang is terrifying, but Long Chen is also a monster. His expression doesn't even twitch in the face of this attack. Space twisted on top of the martial stage, and ripples could be seen flying. As for Long Chen, he was standing merely 30 meters in front of Liao Yuhuang. Her music was clearly entering his ears. Suddenly, Liao Yuhuang's expression changed and the tempo increased, sounding hurried. Cracks covered the martial stage. The surface of the martial stage crumbled and sank, seemingly about to fall into a bottomless abyss. However, even as everything around Long Chen collapsed, a pillar of earth remained beneath Long Chen. It was like a single stalagmite. What is that? Is it an illusion? The bottomless abyss that had suddenly appeared on the martial stage was shocking. It was like the gaping maw of a giant beast. It doesn't seem to be. If it was an illusion, Long Chen wouldn't stand on the only stable place. He definitely used some technique to block Liao Yuhuang's attack and protect the land beneath him. Just as everyone was guessing, the martial stage slowly restored itself. This confirmed that it was no illusion. It was real. However, up until now, they had never seen such damage occur to the martial stage. Although I always felt that this Liao Yuhuang was a very powerful existence, I didn't expect her to be even more terrifying than I imagined. Bai Xiaola stuck out his tongue. His intuition had told him that he couldn't beat Liao Yuhuang, but he had still underestimated her power. Just then, the urgent zither music came to a sudden stop, and a single heavy note rang out. In that instant, everyone watching felt like their hearts were being crushed. Everyone was shocked. They saw Liao Yuhuang holding her zither in one hand, while the other pulled on a single string. This was no longer playing music. She had concentrated all her mysterious power into a single string. Liao Yuhuang then plucked the second string. As a result, everyone felt like their heads would split open. Feeling horrified, they didn't know if they should continue watching or flee. This was completely different from ordinary attacks. It was passing through the formation and injuring them. Just as Liao Yuhuang reached for the third string, Long Chen raised his head and roared. That roar seemed to contain a dragon cry, and it pierced through the formation and blasted apart the clouds in the sky. It was like a celestial roar, like a devil king's howl. A sound wave then unfurled throughout the martial stage. The zither music and the roar clashed, resulting in the martial stage shuddering intensely. Both Long Chen and Liao Yuhuang were then sent flying. After that, the two of them stabilized in the air. As for the martial stage beneath their feet, it was shattered and slowly recovered. From the start, its healing was unable to keep up with the destruction. Liao Yuhuang is injured. A startled cry rang out. They saw blood dripping from one of her hands that was hanging limply. My apologies. Your mental energy is too strong. That was already my limit. I had no choice but to counterattack, said Long Chen. Liao Yuhuang shook her head. My skills have yet to reach perfection, and there are still many holes between my notes. I really am ashamed. For Brother Long to only defend is already a great concession. I'm embarrassed to have taken out such an immature 5-note merger art. Thank you for having mercy. This battle has benefited me immensely. If I have a chance, I will definitely repay the favor. Liao Yuhuang cupped her fists to Long Chun and left with her zither. She admitted defeat. Long Chun then returned to the spectator stands. When he arrived, Luo Bing and the others immediately congratulated him. Just now, they really had been worried. No one had expected Liao Yuhuang to be so terrifying. Actually, she was the one who had mercy. We only had a mental clash. If we had fought all out, no one knows who would have won. Long Chun looked at the distant Liao Yuhuang and sighed. She was truly terrifying. Since that was the case, it would truly be the best decision for Zi Yan to go to the Zither sect. Mental energy? How could mental energy be so terrifying? Demanded Lu Mingxian. Mental energy was the most difficult thing to cultivate. It was far too mysterious and difficult to gain. That terrifying battle had only been the result of a mental energy clash that exceeded the scope of most people's understanding. The lots for the top 4 are being drawn, exclaimed Luo Bing suddenly. Hence, everyone instantly tensed. The next battles would be even more intense. Bai Shishi's tablet lit up. When they saw her opponent, everyone's expression grew heavy. Kuwuya. Chapter 31-34 Dai Wu. Chapter 31-34 Dai Wu. Bai Shi finally encountered Kuwuya. Everyone knew that they would encounter each other sooner or later, but now that it happened, their hearts shook. Long Chun looked at his own tablet and sighed. It wasn't Gue Yun. He just saw the name before it grew dim. Clearly, his opponent had directly admitted defeat after seeing that it was him. The names of the fighters appeared in the air for everyone to see. Long Chun saw Bai Shi against Kuwuya, and Gue Yun's opponent was Dai Wu. That Dai Wu was that mysterious woman of unknown origins. The other pair was none of their business. No one cared about them. Although they were both powerful, there was no way for them to compare to Kuwuya, Gue Yun, and the others. They had managed to reach this point, not thanks to power but luck. When the two of them saw that they were fighting, they directly had a secret discussion. One of them admitted defeat, giving the top 4 position to the other. But his opponent had to have given quite a bit in payment. However, even if that person managed to get into the top 4, his journey would stop there. He didn't even have the courage to fight the next match. What he wanted was nothing more than ranking. 2 of the 4 fights had resulted in people admitting defeat before the fight even started. Now all that remained were Bai Shishi's fight against Kuwuya and Gue Yun's fight against Dai Wu. Bai Shishi's expression was calm, not revealing the slightest nervousness. However, the others were fraught with nerves. After all, Kuwuya was a monster. When everyone returned to their residences to rest, Bai Shishi's mother called her daughter to her room. It was unknown what they were doing, but Bai Shi didn't come back out until the next day. On the next day, when they returned, there was no cheering, only a monumental pressure hanging in the air. It was difficult to breathe. Everyone was staring nervously at Bai Shi and Dai Wu. These 2 peerless beauties were about to fight 2 terrifying monsters. The High Firmament Academy's disciples clenched their fists, not even daring to say a thing. They all wished for Bai Shi to win, but they were afraid that saying anything would affect her. Everyone had arrived, but there was still some time until the fight started. Hence, everyone was staring at Kuwuya, Gue Yun, Bai Shi, and Dai Wu. Kuwuya was very large. Sitting there, he was like a small mountain. His eyes were closed, but the aura that he emitted terrified others. As for Gue Yun, he had put on a black cloak that covered most of his face. That was the garb of the Bloodkill Hall. He had actually chosen to switch his clothes for today's battle. Bai Shi sat there lotus style like a statue of a goddess. She hadn't said a word today. Suddenly, startled cries rang out. Dai Wu actually chose to stand and walk over from her corner. The shocking thing was that she was heading toward Long Chun. Under countless flabbergasted stares, Dai Wu walked over to Long Chun. Even Long Chun was surprised. Miss Dai Wu, do you need something? Even Bai Shi opened her eyes and looked over. Luo Bing and the others were all staring, not knowing what Daiwu wanted. After all, from the start, Daiwu had never said anything to them. They had had no interactions. Why would she suddenly come over? Daiwu looked at Long Chen closely. She then slowly went on one knee, took Long Chen's hand, and kissed the back of it. Warrior blessed by the butterfly spirit race, if I die, I beg you to help me achieve my heart's desire and slay that evildoer. You, Long Chen was shocked. This woman actually knew that he had the mark of the butterfly spirit race on the back of his hand. Bai Shi and the others were even more shocked. They covered their mouths, unable to believe what they were seeing. Such a powerful woman was on her knee in front of Long Chen? What was going on? The rest of the crowd was shocked as well, but they also felt profound envy for him. This indescribably beautiful woman had actually acted so intimate with Long Chen. Just at this moment, the martial stage was activated. Daiwu looked at Long Chen profoundly and vanished, reappearing on the martial stage. As for Long Chen's hand, her fragrance remained on it. Before Long Chen even understood what was going on, Daiwu and Gue Yun were on the martial stage. Gue Yun indifferently said, "You came for revenge?" Daiwu coldly said, "In order to obtain the blessing of the heavenly Daos, you used the cruelest method to extract the soul of the butterfly spirit race, making her experience unimaginable pain before her death. The butterfly spirit race is innately kind. They never hold grudges against anyone, but as her companion flower spirit, am not so kind. I want revenge. I will use your life as an offering to her heroic spirit." Hearing this, an uproar exploded. The spirit butterfly race was known as the kindest of all races, and they never fought with others. Even when others killed their members, they never held a grudge and went for revenge. The spirit butterfly race never provoked anyone and only helped others. Moreover, if others helped them, they would remember it for a lifetime. They were very rarely seen, but if someone did encounter them, he or she wouldn't harm them. They were simply too kind for the people to bear harming them intentionally. Gue Yun had killed one, and as cruelly as possible? That instantly angered countless people. The path of cultivation is one where the strong are respected, while the weak are prey. As someone strong, I will naturally trample over others as my stepping stones. If I reach the undying realm, I will naturally be blessed by the heavens. Her death will also count as having a use. How was I wrong? Gue Yun curled his lips disdainfully. Shut up. To reach that realm, you think you can freely trample over other people's lives? Do you know the true essence of life? As Daiwu spread her hands, the martial stage transformed. Birdsong filled the air, and grass covered the ground. Small creeks and rivers cut through the plains that were filled with a strong scent of flowers. At this moment, one beautiful butterfly after another appeared flitting across the flowers. There was one particular young butterfly playing around a pretty flower. The flower suddenly grew, revealing a girl inside of it. Following that, the butterfly also transformed into the appearance of a girl. The two girls held hands and laughed, running around the grass. Their innocent laughter was enough to make people forget the ruckus of the world. They immersed themselves in this world. The scene progressed. The two girls grew, and an identical rune appeared on their foreheads. The girl that had transformed from a flower was Daiwu. In that instant, everyone understood. After that, the scene changed once more. A woman with butterfly wings was bound to a sacrificial altar, screaming in pain. Chains pierced through her body. At the end of those chains was a pudgy hand. When he saw that sight, killing intent soared in Long Chen's eyes, and it wasn't just him. Everyone was infuriated. Brute. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.